Hey, command. Yep, C matrix. No, they don't. No. Congratulations, nobody gives a fuck if you use arts or not. So, go yell that into the void. It'll probably attract you as many girls as if you covered yourself in honey and let the bees touch your wee-wee. That will probably be more successful. Oh. Military pull. I'm getting so many ads for the military, it's not even funny anymore. Oop. Hey, Becky. Zombies. I know you're joking, I'm just fucking with you. Oh, what's he doing? Oh. I should make one of those tier lists of distributions. Are there a link for that? Like, do you know the SA, SB, whatever the fuck it is tier kind of thing? Do that exist, or do I need to make my own? Oh, I hate this. Google Maps my ass. Copilot. That's blinding me. And go to template. Aha! And I think Quiz Titus Tech make this one. What is this? I can't fucking all the logos. Anyone else? Better. Amazing server, multiple distinct purposes and benefits. Good. Has a few distinctions, but some drawbacks too. Media core, bad. Completely pointless. Malicious, bad. No opinion. Maybe we should do that one. If I'm not mistaken, I can actually see what they typed. Anyway. There's enough of idiots to make fun of on the internet. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, eyes burning. Will use on a work machine. Will use as a personal machine, but maybe not a work machine. Will use in a VM, but not as a host. Will not use, never tried. Can I edit this? Nope. I don't know what to say. I think this is the one as this one here, right? Yeah. I think this is Catchy Alpine Nix. Openman D to equal. Oh wait, I can edit them. Let's just do a man, I'm so fucking stupid. There you go. How many tiers should we make? A, B, C. What's going on? Why are you fucking me over? B. C. Yeah, and then we can just make an F. Why? I clicked nothing and it just disappeared. I'm getting so fed up with it. There you go. Is that not what they used to normally do? And then we can delete row. Delete row. I clicked a button. What is going on with you? I said delete. 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 There you go. Wait, what? Gnome? Archie Linux, Silverblue. Add additional image to the tier list. Images are not saved on the website but will be included in your download. Well, art is not going to be S tier, or well, there is no S tier, so ha! Eat that fucking dick. Let's see if we can find some other distros that may not be in there. We have Endeavor OS, Catchy, Pop. We must have Fedora så in the board. Nix. Open tree. We can always add more, I guess. Of course they do. I thought I saw, yeah, the Endeavor OS is up there. Catchy? How does that logo look like? Okay, so I think we need to get this one on. So save image as, download, save that one. Pop is there. Nixie. Oh, we don't have NixOS either. Let's download that one. Open Mandriva. I think I saw that one. We have NixOS. Touchscreen laptops, they can be okay, I guess. What are we looking for? Open Mandriva. We should add one called don't know. Add a row below. Call it no opinion. Oh, now it made two, and then oh Jesus Christ, this site. Either it's the site or it's Linux having a hissy fit with this site. I don't think we have open Mandriva. Arctics, I think that's not even existing anymore. Yeah, let's save that one then. A lot of people talk about Archie. Or Catchy, sorry, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Let's do that one. Is KOS in there, or Chaos, or... I think we can still add more to it while we are doing it. Save image. So there was one of them I found with NixOS. We don't need that one. Let's just for the fun of it take Spharin OS and see if that will... If we can then continue adding. Oh yeah, we can. Okay, gotcha. So it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. So is it a 4-star? Is it a 2-star? A 3-star? Why are there 2 Bs? Is it a... God damn it. Is it a 4, 3, 2, 1-star distro? And is it one where I have no opinion, or is it just a full-blown fucking useless, make no sense that exists distro? Wait, is Arts not in here? Oh, it is. And then we can always add more. Lindos don't really technically exist, but it's so obscure that nobody's using it. I don't know if what this is. Is that GNOME OS? It must be GNOME OS. Let's wait. Why is it under PC gaming? No, it's super easy to find guides for Arch Linux. It's one of the easiest things to find. Like, if you call yourself this online, you should expect a little bit of fucking hate. Like, people are not going to, like, respond to you positively. Oh, wait, you can toggle dark mode. I can say right now, right now that that's no. No. You will be surprised how few distro that will come in S tier or A tier. What are these, like, bits and bobs down there? You can't find guides on how to install programs for Fedora DNF. There you go. Yeah, congratulations for not know what you're talking about. Because that's definitely not the case. Then you do a search. And then you search for what the name of the package may be called. So DNF search and then what you're looking for. And it will give you a list of the packages where either the part of the name are in it or something like that, or the full name, and then you just use that. The same with Pacman. You search with Pacman and you just search for the package. Like if it's VLC, you just search VLC and it gives you the package name that you have to type in. It can be VLC.get or VLC-get or VLC-stable or something like that. Or the description. No, just search the package name. Just like we do here in... I don't think you need to be sudo to search. Like this. It will give you all the packages that contains VLC, and then you're just finding the right one. And it puts it apparently in alphabetic order, so you can just go nuts. Oh, here we go, VLC. So there's one called VLC from Plunky. VLC data. Well, if it gives you too many answers, it can't, like, there's no such thing as too many answers, just I'm too lazy to look at all of them. You cannot say I only want 5 answers. It depends on how broad your search term is. If you do V, yeah, you're getting a lot of fucking results. You have to, you know, you have to make it as narrow as possible. Here we probably, I don't know, we probably have like hundreds or maybe thousands of fucking results. See how many we have with if I just do V. It's actually not that difficult to find what you're looking for. It's just like searching in Google. Yeah, we are going into the thousands of lines now. It's super simple, yeah. Like, let me put it this way. If you can't search a package manager for a package, you maybe should not use Linux. Then you need to educate yourself a little bit before you start dabbling into Linux. Especially if you've used Linux for a short while. Like, I get it if the first time ever you ever have messed with Linux. Yeah, this is just... Let's just not do that anymore. Or just use the GUI, exactly. If you know the name of the program you want to install, it's really not that difficult. You may need to use asterisks. So it starts with V, for example, and anything after it, or V and after it, this don't work like this in apt, but in some distributions it does. If you want things behind the V, you do this. Oh, that's a syntax. Yeah, so I think that works with SUSE and ART and some distributions you have to do the asterisks. So that means it looks for file names that has V and something in front of it. Or V and something behind it. It's basic, like it's super basic command line interface syntax, which all Linux users seems to love. So if that's hard for a Linux user to search a package with any package manager, they should not be using Linux, because it's something you should teach yourself within the first week you're using. Yeah, SSH, sync search package name. I don't know why people have such a hard time Googling. like as tech literate as people will call themselves, and they can't Google to save their life. I find that super funny. I'm smart with computers. How do I find this information, by the way? I'm a computer genius. How do I Google what time is in New York right now? Google is a great engine. It's not a bad fucking engine. It's great. The thing is, people just don't know how to use it. And or they are using, they just not know how to use it. They try to be clever instead of just any search engine, or most search engines are great search engines. It don't matter what search engine you're using, you'll get a good result if you search the right way. And the more information you give the search term, the better. The more it can narrow it down to what you want, and this is for anything. And you just talk to it like you would talk to a human. Like I did. How do I install a package with DNF? Just type that in. Don't do DNF install package, because then you can get 10,000 weird ass fucking questions. Just talk to it like you would talk to a human. Da-da-da. Let's tell everyone that I'm streaming. And should we do it just for shits and giggles? Oh, it's even gone down even more. And we have May with us this time. What's happening with PewDiePie? Oh, actually, I think, what was the last one? PewDiePie. Come on, open. Oh yeah, it went down since it's it's almost gone down 1% after PewDiePie announced that he's using Linux. So you have used it for a year-ish. Yeah, a Linux tier list, yep. Oh, PewDiePie is saving Linux. Linux have won. Let's lose market share. Let's lose market share. What if we Yeah, Borky makes kind of good content, to be honest. And PewDiePie was not a... so here's the thing, PewDiePie was not a Minecrafter, so... He actually done more non-Minecraft content than Minecraft content. And Linux is, Windows is on a steady decline. So it's not looking good for... Well, good or good. It's still... They're still fucking crossing it, but... So this is Windows 10. Why is macOS not in here? PewDiePie is great. I will not say the problem, but PewDiePie is how can I explain it? His content is for like teenagers. If you get what I'm coming at here. So, well, his old content, his newer content is more adult-like, but he became a popular Linux YouTuber. He became a popular YouTuber by focusing a lot on, like, maybe 25 and under crowd. 18 to 25. So that's why he does the Pro Fist and PewDiePie and, you know, that crazy shit. That he's targeting the biggest audience on YouTube, which is young teenagers. And, well, you were not a teenager when he started out. You were not a teenager in 2011 or something like that. So that makes sense. You don't like him as an adult because he's making adult content right now. But he became really popular by making content or gaming content towards the younger crowd. Then when he stopped, when he basically retired, nowadays he's making more adult content. And his old fan base, the teenagers or the young kids, don't like, you know, how to buy land, how to be financially stable, all of that fucking adult shit. They don't like that. But he's also becoming more of an adult, you know. He has kids. I think he has one kid. But he's a cool dude. It's just the audience he's targeting is just... Back in the day, it was, well, younger people. Nowadays, it's my age and up. Or 30 years and up, you know. So... You know, he does a lot of podcasts. He's a lot of guests on a lot of podcasts and stuff like that. And the younger-ish people nowadays, they want anything done in 5 seconds. I think they're experts if they've done it in 1 week, you know. You know. I never had a problem with him. Hey Don, I just never his content has just never been for me. Because the games he played was not games I was that interesting in. And this whole, like, what a lot of YouTubers used to do is putting this, like, overhyped, over-happy persona on, where they were like, you're over-animated and yelling and screaming and being overhyped, or just, like, fucking, you know, seeing crash in a game or something like that, because that got views back in the day. And a lot of people did that. True Don, he's following his audience quite well, yeah. And then the more serious YouTube became, the more serious the content creators became, and now YouTube is one big clickbait fest. Drama and clickbait fest. So that's what everyone is doing. They're doing drama and clickbait. And then when the next thing that works with the user base come out, that's what they're doing then. It's so simple, because YouTube, the way YouTube works is that people do what the viewers want. So the viewers decides what YouTube is. So if videos of people running around fucking unicorns is the most popular subject that people want to engage with, that's what people make videos about. So if there's something you don't like to see on YouTube, stop engaging with it. That's the best way of changing how YouTube is. You know, documentaries do quite well though. So either super long format content do really well, or all of the bullshit brain rot do really well. There's no in between. It's either brain rot, drama, in your face, animations, blah blah blah, crazy ass fucking bullshit, clickbait to the high heavens and back, or it's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hour long podcasts. It's either or, and of course shorts goes in between those two things. Those are the three things that that do really well. You know. And I love that people come, and they do that with me. They come in and I demand you make more educational content, because you must know what you're talking about when you use Linux, blah, 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 blah. And then I make a video of educational content, and it gets like 1/10 of the view of any of my other content. And then I make another reaction video, or bullshitting or shitting on Linux video, and the same people like, why are you doing this again? Like, did you not see I just uploaded a video about how to do X, Y, and Z in Linux that nobody's talking about? No, I didn't see that. Oh, I don't care anyway. Most people just want to complain for complaining, and most people don't want actually to learn on YouTube. They just want to get entertained. If you look at all the popular YouTubers, if you look at the way that they're structured their videos, education is the last part of it. They always make sure that they give you something to laugh about, or something to giggle about, or entertain you in the first few minutes of any fucking video that you're talking about. Unless it's a long-form podcast and or live stream. Look at Gamer Nexus's videos. the first part of the video is always him joking around, making, snarky comments, getting a little giggle on and giving the short, because he knows people not watching his whole 40-minute video, 30-minute video review of a graphic card. So he's goofing around in the first few minutes and then giving, the highlights so people can move on, for people that don't want the details. So he's giving, it's about 10% better than blah, 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 blah. And then, within, 2 minutes, he's basically summed up the highlights of it. And then, 10, 15 minutes down the line, he goes into showing benchmarks, explaining why, where the problems is, and stuff like that. And why does he do that? When we say Gamers Nexus is an educational channel, it's because it's an entertainment channel that is also educational. Look at Jay's 2 Cents, same formula. Look at Paul's Hardware, same formula. Look at Linus Tech Tip, same formula. Almost every massive YouTuber use that formula where they get you hooked in the beginning with entertainment, or they make sure that they entertain you enough to watch about a few minutes of the video, so you are sure to watch the first ad run, the intro ad run, or even the first ad break. And then they start to go in for the nerds. Because almost every content creator, if you look at the our retention list, so if I go into Paint again here, good old Paint here. So if we make a graph, so this is viewers, count, so we call that VC. This is video time. So let's say this is a 30-minute video. It almost always do something like this. So how many viewers are watching to, let's say this is like the 2-minute mark? How many viewers are watching at the 4-minute mark or 5-minute mark? Sometimes if something really interesting happens, you will see something like this here. So on a really good video, you will get kind of like this here. So again, most viewers are only watching the 1/4 or the first part of the video. On a really bad video, they may only watch the first few seconds, and then there's something like this. And a semi-good video, you will get a good drop-off after a few minutes, but then they will come back, and it will go a little bit like this. But almost nobody will watch the whole video. Almost nobody. And this is universal for all content creators. It's super rare that you see this. Where the same amount of viewers that watch it in the beginning will stick to the end. So what do you need to do to make sure that you get as much out of YouTube? Well, let's say this is the 10-minute mark. Where you put a lot of ad breaks in here. Or you shield your merchandise. You shield your sponsors. You do that here in the beginning. You rarely see people do that at the end or in the middle of a video. They do it sometimes right before the majority of people step off. And there is only one group of people that are the fault of this, and that is the viewer. The viewer dictates this. So how can we do so content creators don't have to put in a lot of ad breaks? Again, it can be overused and misused, and people do that, of course. The Darkside Phil is a fucking notorious ad break user. But how can you make sure that content creators don't need to do that many ad breaks? Well, you support them with super chats, memberships, buy the merchandise and stuff like that. Then you don't need to do advertisement. But what you do see, and this is a little bit like the Linux community, they want and want and want, but they don't want to do anything for it. Most people don't have ad blockers. That's a lie. You can see in the metrics but how many views are getting blocked by ad blockers, and it's a little under 50%. A little bit under 50% of all views are. Let me put it this way: there are more non-ad blocked views than there are ad blocked views. But it's still a big enough percentage that it's impacting the revenue for a content creator massively. So, if nobody used ad blocks for my little insignificant little channel, I will make about 40% extra more money just from ads. So it's not like we're talking, 200,000 extra percent. Sadly enough, most people don't know how YouTube works until you've done YouTube for a long time and been in the partner program for a long time. But yeah, again, what I'm trying to say here is YouTube is a reactive place. YouTube or live stream is the same with Twitch, Kick, and whatever, content creation, content creation on social media is a reaction-based format. So that means that the creators react to what the consumers want. It's that simple. So the more you use ad blockers, the more they have to put in ads. The more they have to shield sponsorship. Because you want high quality, or most people want high quality produced videos. What if I told you a video that is highly produced can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to make? Thousands of dollars to make. Even if you didn't use ad blocker, the ads for that video would not even cover the production cost. So let me put it this way. Super simple. How much money do you guys think I make on this channel? Just put it in the, in a month, how much do you think I make on YouTube? $5 are more than that. More than that. $1,000K? Nope. Not even close. Not even close. $50? Kinda. On a good month, a little bit over 50. $500K? No. On a good month, again, this depends on how many live streams I do, and my live streams are not monetized, but it depends on how many donations I get on a live stream. It also depends on how many times I upload. But on average, since I started the channel and got monetized to now, no, we are talking dollars. So on average, a channel like mine will make about between $40 to $60 a month. Just from ad revenue and donations. So here's the kicker, okay? My channel is not like, yeah, also viewers of different countries cost exactly that, but about $40 to $60 a month. Here's the thing. My channel is super low, call it quality of production. So I don't have fancy lights, I don't have a crew, it's me, a webcam, rudimentary editing and stuff like that. What if I told you that I have not made money on YouTube? AKA that all of those money I've made over the years would come down to that I'm working for about $1 or less than $1 an hour. Under $1 an hour. On average. It's that bad. So, until you become like, I would say like, when you reach 100,000, you may start to make some money where you can save money aside. when you reach about 300,000 to 500,000 subscribers, you can live off YouTube. And when you're getting close, for 500 to a million is where you can start doing, you know, we can talk about hiring a lot of other people and stuff like that. Retail's $50 an hour, exactly. What I'm trying to say is that for most content creators, and by the way, that under $1 per hour is not including the time I'm live streaming. That's only doing work for my edited videos. That's not me live streaming. The 3, 4, 5, 10, 6, 7, 8 hours I live stream, how many times a month are not even put in there. They're not even calculated in that thing. Because if I calculated that in it, I would be working for under $1 an hour. And this is the reality for most content creators. Until they reach about the 100,000 to, depending on where you live in the world and stuff like that. So here in Denmark, I probably need about 300 to 500, or maybe 300 or 200 to 300,000 subscribers with a really, really good retention rate. Then I could live like really sparely off YouTube. Maybe. If I was living in Southeast Asia or in, let's say, Vietnam or the Philippines, I could probably live off YouTube with the 100,000 mark. So, for most content creators, they actually lose money doing YouTube. There are so many other hobbies I could do right now where I could make money of my time. Or get paid for my time. If I liked woodworking, I could make furnitures, I could make birdhouses, I could sell, I could help people with their houses and earn a little bit of money on the spare side and stuff like that. Content creation as a hobby is probably one of the most expensive hobbies you can have. Where there is almost no guarantee of a return of the investment. Meaning, you are going to throw money into the wall. Yeah, gold panning. Yeah. And then on top of that, you have people demanding more and more, demanding you do this and this, demanding you invest in these expensive things that you can't afford. Like Linux users, give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that, do this, but they don't want to support it. They don't want to support the developers. They don't want to give back to the community and stuff like that. And again, like I said, everything YouTube is doing is because of the viewer. Everything a content creator is doing is because of the viewer. So if you are demanding as a viewer a lot of things, well, as a partner, there's only a few, there's only a few avenues we have. That is more ad breaks and sponsorships. That's it. That's why you see more and more content creators. Almost the bigger they get, they take more and more sponsors in. That's because the bigger they get, the more the viewers demand of the channel. So I can do my low budget, crappy ass content like it is right now because I don't have many viewers, and most of the viewers that are here don't really expect much out of my channel. But if the bigger I get, the more people demand more. Why don't you do this? Why don't you have a DSLR camera? Why don't you have a studio set up and blah blah blah? Because that's what they are like. They are used to from other content creators of the same size. And all of that costs money. And if I work for like under $1 an hour, as in my case, some may work for a little bit more, some for a little bit less, depending on how much time you put into it and how good your skill are with editing and stuff like that. A lot of people told me why I don't hire an editor. I can't afford an editor. They are super expensive. They can go up to like a few $100 to $300 an hour or per video. If that's, I think that's even lowballing it nowadays. But that's what the viewer expects. Just like they're like, oh, we want proprietary software to support Linux, or we want this distribution to do this thing, but we don't want to help them out, and we don't want to give them money so they can do it. So a little bit like content creators are a little bit like Linux distribution, and for software, we are reacting to the quote unquote consumer demand, and we are in the mercy of the consumers, meaning financially in mercy of the consumers. Editors are super expensive, yeah. It's a professional job you're hiring it for. And here's the thing, YouTube editors take way less money than editors in, for let's say, for movie studios and television do. It's super expensive to get a video edit. They cost a lot of money. But people have, again, they have this, they say do it because it's your hobby. Yeah, but I'm losing money. You know, I could work extra hours at work, for example. That means more money. You know, that's so you could help a friend and earn some money by helping that friend, or you could take a second job and stuff like that. You know, and again, like I said, it's kind of a little bit like it is with the Linux world, where the viewers demand, but they don't want to help out because they want it for free. Nothing is free in this world. If you want to start a YouTube channel today and you want to be somewhat, not sure, but have a good start, so let's say you buy proper equipment, let's say teaching and stuff like that, like you need to educate yourself in video editing and whatnot, we are talking maybe $10,000, $20,000 you have to throw on the table. If you want to be really seriously about starting YouTube. Maybe, no, not even $5,000, I would say about $10,000, yeah. No, wait. I'm converting it wrong. Sorry. 5,000 would probably be the entry level. Sorry, yeah, I was converting it wrong. About $5,000. Old Indiana is actually a great distribution. I woke up from the Linux a few months ago while was being delusional with desktop Linux and came across your channel and very much agree with you. Well, again, like I said, say to everyone, I don't expect to be right with everything I say. All I want to do is to make people stop bullshitting about Linux. That's it. Don't lie to people. Linux is not a bad OS. It's just not as good as people say it is. But yeah, like if you want to start a YouTube channel and you have to, and this is not buying the computer and the graphic card. It's just YouTube related equipment and maybe some courses you have to buy your way out through on how to edit, audio editing and stuff like that. Because the good ones are behind a paywall. That's why they are the good ones. You could learn it for free, but it will take you so much time. I would say about $5,000 to $10,000 is what you have to throw on the table before you even start doing YouTube. If you want to be serious, that is. If you don't give a fuck and you have a crappy webcam, a microphone, go nuts and you just go from there. There are people that have done that. There's also people that have done that and succeeded. I'm not saying you can't. But if you want to have the best start you can get from to start a YouTube channel, a few $1,000s is like the absolute minimum, like up to like 5,000, I would say. Where if you go back to 2010, you could start with a crappy webcam and microphone. You know. So I don't believe in pirating, and there should only be few reasons why you're pirating. Like you cannot get it in any other legal way, shape, or form. In your place. Other than that, pirating is stealing. It's that simple. Technically, when you're using ad blockers on a YouTube video, you are stealing revenue away from the content creator. And you're basically pirating that content. And DSP record his screen with a video. No, he used to do that. He don't do that anymore. He stopped doing that a long time ago. But he did it for a long time, yeah. Oh, he did it until... Oh, yeah. Okay, I read that wrong. Yeah, I think you're right, up till 2015 or something like that, yeah. Yeah, I read it like he still does it, but he don't. Yeah, you're probably right, he did it up till like that point. Here's the simple way of looking at it, okay? Piracy is super fucking simple to understand. It's really super simple to understand. You have to understand one concept in life. And this is universal for everything. Everything in life. If it's free for you, someone else pay for it. Or you are the product. So, one of the reasons why a lot of things are super expensive in certain fields in the world is because a lot of people try to get it without paying for it. So that means that they have to amp up the individual price of the product. Or else they can't produce that product. Why? Because of privacy or stealing. So if everyone just paid their fair share, that product would be cheaper. So again, if you're pirating software, if you're pirating videos, you could end up becoming the reason why they get more and more expensive. So not only are you ruining it, well, you're getting a free deal out of it, but you ruin it for everyone else. That also means a lot of the things that you may want that cost a little bit less, or a little bit on the, let's say, sketchy side, like, oh, this may, let's say, this may make the company money, it may not make the company money. So instead of them taking risks, they're going to be super conservative. Because they have to guarantee that they get their money worth back. It's a really big problem with movies, right? That's why all modern movies are more or less shit. You know, because they can't take chances anymore because streaming services, privacy, and all that fucking bullshit. Like, I get it. Let's say you live somewhere in a country where you can't get, in any way, shape, or form, there's no way you can get this TV series or game or what the fuck it is. Like, there's no way you can get it with legit means. There I can see a reason for piracy. I get it there. So if you, let's say, like here in Denmark, we have a lot of TV series that don't come to Denmark. Well, then we only have one option, that is to pirate it, you know. Or if a game don't come to the country you live in, yeah, you only have one option to pirate it. You know. Those are the only reasons I can see where you can have a somewhat justification for pirating. If you don't do that, you are stealing revenue from other, and that could mean there have been games that didn't get a version 2 or a continuation because a lot of people pirated the game. The same with videos and software. They are not like, it's not like the norm, but it has happened. The thing that people, they can, oh, it's once and serious. It's no physical. It's not like we are taking a physical item. They can always just produce another one. No, they can't. It's not like there's unlimited customers in the world. If you are stealing a video, that's one less paying customer that are going to pay for that video. It's not like, oh, if I steal it, someone else will pay for it. No. Let's say there are 1,000 people in the world that want to watch that video, and 50% of them say, we want to pirate it. The other 50 people, the only one paying for that video then, or game or whatever it is. So even if it's a digital where you are still stealing, you just limit, or you are cheating. Well, you're basically stealing money away from the people that are making it and stuff like that. That can result in that they have to do things that you don't like a really good example is YouTube. People are bitching and moaning about ad breaks in YouTube videos. Stop fucking using ad blockers then. Stop using ad blockers. Then YouTube didn't have to force ad blocking onto videos. Or not ad blocking, ad breaks, sorry. If 90% of the people that use ad blockers stop using ad blockers, YouTube would be a much better place for the content creators and for you as a viewer. Because it would mean less ads overall. That's it. It's that fucking simple. You know, it's that simple. Yeah, exactly, Anton. I use premium for the same reason. And I get it. Not everyone can afford premium. I get it. Yeah, I've been using Linux for close to 30 years. Mm, Yeah, that's another thing with the pirated software. A lot of times they bundle in spyware, ransomware in really bad cases. But a lot of times they will put in spyware and stuff like that into a hacked version of the software. Now they watch my connection. That's not a good thing. So the price. So you're talking about buying power in the country. So if a game or product is too high for the buying power in the company, I get that. We kind of have the same problem here in EU a little bit in some areas, and it still don't warrant piracy, but it's something that may, you can still change it if. So instead of pirating the software, become a vocalist about it. Speak to your representative, become outspoken, make a fuss about it. So the companies that do that will lower the price. It's like saying like not everyone can afford a Ferrari. Should Ferrari then lower the prices? And there are things that are overly expensive. We can all agree on that. But the only way you change that is to make a fuss about it and do that in a productive way. And to do that, you have to go the political route. You have to speak with your representative. You have to speak with your politicians, or become one of them yourself. Because yeah, a Ferrari or a Lambo is an expensive car, and you can say, oh well, I should be allowed to steal it because it's an expensive car. No, it's still stealing. It's just like you just have to put yourself in a position where you can afford it. Then I know that sucks, but that's life. The thing is, in life, we as an individual are not entitled to anything. You are not entitled to anything other than breathing, because you can't live without it. And a lot of situations that people are in, they can get out of by making the right choices or some better choices. Or at least they can get into better situations. But nowadays, a lot of people, they feel that they are owed everything. I'm owed this. I should be getting this. No. You are not owed anything. Because if you are owed everything, everyone is owed everything. You see how that can't work. Piracy is a major issue. Exactly stuff by Max. If you pirate a game for $60, but you build like a 10,000K computer, or you build like just $1,000 computer, that's like what? Yes, Scooby, we are doing a distribution tier list. Yeah, well, 1000K is a little bit over-exaggerated. But it's probably to draw in a point. So the fact of the matter of it is that a lot of people, they like to sit and blame their situation, their circumstances for their misfortune, or sitting and saying, "Oh, poor little old me." People tend to forget in history that there have been millions and billions of people in way worse conditions and made it. You know. If you steal, you steal. It's if again, it will be like, I can't afford a Ferrari, therefore I should be allowed to steal a Ferrari. That makes no sense. Makes no sense. We could debate, should a Ferrari cost what a Ferrari cost? That can be debated. But in the end, the maker of a product has the freedom to price it the way they want. It is stealing. You are taking money revenue away from someone. So if you're stealing a product, if you're stealing a wheelbarrow, that's valued at X amount of money that you're stealing. If you're stealing a game, that's valued at X amount of money, because you can't guarantee that someone else will pay for the one you stole and another product. With everything in life, there is a fine amount of customers. Not everyone on earth is going to buy that wheelbarrow. I said it before. Let's imagine that only 1,000 people on earth is going to buy that wheelbarrow. If half of those people are stealing that wheelbarrow, that means that they're only getting half of the potential revenue. That's stealing. It is stealing. You would say, if you can't understand that concept, that you are taking away a monetary resources from the people that have made it. If you can't understand that a game, one copy of a game, is the same as $60. No matter how many they can just reproduce, it's worth $60. So if you're pirating a game, you are stealing $60 away from whoever made that game. It's that simple. Making excuses that someone else is going to buy it, and they make enough money, like gaslighting or making excuses. All you're doing is just trying to justify why you're a thief. Oh, she deserved to get hit in the face. Or it was not my fault. Oh, they were drunk, so it's not my fault I run them over. You know? And in the end, just like with a car or a house, or, let's take cars for example. The people that make a product have the right to price the product the way they want. And that, yes, may exclude a lot of people, but that's up to them to do so. So let's say EA Games want to sell all their games for $100, and nobody can afford it. It's up to them to say, do we want to lose a lot of money, or do we want to lower the money? It's that simple. The reason why games are expensive is because stupid idiots are buying games at that price. Why do you think we still have pre-orders? Because people are stupid enough to do pre-orders. It's that simple. Again, it comes into YouTube. The market does what the customers want or accept. Accept is probably a better word. What they accept. So if it's like, oh, I don't like to pay $100 for this game, but you buy it anyway, you are at fault. No matter how much you want that game. Stop paying for it. And if you're pirating it, to say, fuck you, but I got the game anyway, they're like, oh, so people really want our game anyway. We are okay with a little bit of privacy. That just means that we will amp up the price for the games even more. Because we expect X amount of people are going to pirate it. So instead of $100, it will become $150. Because then the people that are not pirating it are paying for the people that are pirating it. If people didn't buy a $60 game, if the vast majority of people didn't buy a $60 game, a game would not cost $60. Because then they could not sell it for $60. They had to lower it. That's how a market works. If everyone or the vast majority, but Louis Warsman looks at it in a weird way. And again, there are places where piracy makes sense. Piracy is theft. You are taking a product that is valued at a certain amount of price. So if you pirated a $60 game, you are stealing $60. It's that simple. It's that fucking... There can be no... I don't know why we're debating this. It's that fucking simple. It's that simple. If you don't own it, how can you steal it? The people that make the game owns the game. Like when you're buying a game, this is another thing why every Linux user that is pro open source and ownership of software should never buy a game, by the way. Because you don't own the game when you buy it. You buy permission to play the game. You don't understand it. Just because you can reproduce another copy of the game don't mean that you are not stealing it. I can build another wheelbarrow. If you're stealing a wheelbarrow, I can still make another wheelbarrow. But you still stole the first wheelbarrow. It's that simple. You've not owned a game legally. Or there are some companies where you own the game, but mostly you've not owned a game for probably about 20 or 30 years. Well, you pay for the permission to play the game. So if you are pirating it, you are using it without permission. It's like going into a a movie theater without paying for it. So when you're paying for going in to see a movie in a movie theater, look at it like you're paying to see it before everyone else. So if you're sneaking in, that would be like if you're pirating a piece of software or a game that you normally would pay to play. You're sneaking into the theater. And I know why people are defending piracy. It's because they don't want to be the bad guy or girl. But you are. There is no, if you were right, you would not be jailed for piracy. It's that simple. If you were right, you would not get jail time for piracy. And you do. It's that simple. It's just that a lot of people cannot understand that stealing ones and zeros is the same as stealing a painting or stealing a wrench or a spark plug. Just because it's not physical don't mean that it don't represent something. That's that. Most things in life, we are living in a society right now where most of the things you go to jail for are justified things. And listen to what I'm saying. Most things. There's always some things we can debate about. But most things, you get to jail for a reason. So saying that, oh, well, there is this one thing you get jailed for that makes no sense, so therefore piracy is okay. No. Again, the only people that want to justify piracy are people that want to basically steal. It's like a bank robber just trying to justify bank robbery. Oh, I can't find a job. How's the situation real bad? I just got a kid. I just knocked up the fucking stripper. I need money here now for my dope. They always have excuses for why they're doing things. For doing bad things. If you have to make an excuse why you're doing a bad thing, you are doing something wrong. That's why you need the excuse to do it. Yeah, we are not talking about disparity in how different countries and court systems are dealing out punishment for a crime. We are talking about, is it a crime or is it not a crime? So stay on track. And again, you say, oh, it's not fair. This is other thing I hear a lot with people when they want to debate something. It's not fair. Hello, Sherlock, the world is not fucking fair. Nothing is fair in this world. You can never live in a fair world. It will never exist. You are probably not a Danish person. If you move to Denmark, I will have a lot of fucking benefits over you for getting jobs, situations, social environments that will make it super unfair for you. Just for the fact that I was born in fucking Denmark. Not only is piracy theft by definition and by the law, it's also theft in that you're withholding money for a product. AKA, you are taking a product that you're not paying for. That's it. That's the definition of stealing. I'm taking something I'm not paying for. If you can't see that, I don't know, your one-celled organism in your brain may need to get some education. Because if I'm stealing a beer barrel or a game, I'm taking something that's worth a money value that someone else is not getting because I'm taking it. That is stealing. Withholding money was... So you say that I'm going to pirate this game, but I'm paying you later. Like, how much bullshit are you blowing up your own air? That makes no fucking sense. Or, I'm stealing this product, but I'm only willing to pay you what I think it's worth. That's not how the world works. That's the stupidest fucking justification. Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm getting tired of fucking talking about this because it's that simple. Like it or not, have 10 million justification for it. If you're taking something and not paying for it, you are stealing. It can be food, it can be digital item, it can be a fucking condom, it can be a vibrator. If you're taking something and you're not paying for it, you are stealing. If you're taking something and only paying what you think it's worth, you are stealing. It's not your decision to say what this item is worth. It's the people that are making it. And yes, they can overprice it. And then you could just say, I'm not going to buy it. Like we talked about in AAA games at work today. And because the price of AAA games is fucking stupidly overpriced, okay? We can all agree about that. And I was like, I don't think I paid for a AAA game in like 6 months to a year. Because of that reason. There's a lot of AAA games I want to play. But I didn't buy them because I thought they were too expensive. And my other coworker bought one in like a year span. Like one AAA game because of that. None of us pirated or anything like that. If you want to change the world, you have to stand by your principles. And that don't mean piracy is okay. Because then you're not changing the world. Again, you want less ad breaks on YouTube videos. Stop using ad blockers. That's one of them. Or start to support your content creators more. You want more out of your open source software. Help them out or pay them money to do it. It's that fucking simple. Everything else is just an excuse that will make you feel better for doing a bad thing. That's all it is. You are trying to make yourself feel better for doing a bad thing. It's that fucking simple. It can't be more simple than that. If you feel you have to justify yourself with 10,000 excuses when you're going to do something, you may be doing a bad thing. It's the world is really simple. Like, it's not really that complicated. And here's the thing. Unless you're living in fucking Iraq under Saddam Hussein, if you can't justify something, do you really believe in it? That's not... You should not have to justify something. That's another thing. What does justify mean? That you have to tell yourself a lot of things, so you are like, oh yeah, I have to do this. You have to convince yourself to do a thing by justification. Can you see how crazy that looks or sounds? Now you're yelling at me that the low bitrate is slower. What are you talking about? I set it to the right bitrate, you fucking idiot. I fucking hate YouTube. And you can believe in what you can believe in unicorns and rainbows for what we're not talking about some mythical, magical belief system right now. Someone is putting a lot of money and work into producing a product. Someone else is taking it without paying for it. It's that simple. That's it. And if the people that are producing the product and you deem it to be too expensive and you still want it, you just don't buy it. You stand by your principles. No, it's not like he's unwilling to learn. He's just he's a typical Linux user. That's it. And they are so fun to fuck around with. I love it. I love it. Because if we follow the same thought, I could be like, I think you're paid too much at work. You should give me your money. I don't think you're worth what you're getting paid. And I can find a lot of ways of justifying why I don't think you're worth what you get paid and why I should have that money. Because I need more than you. And I can find thousands of reasons why I need that money more than you. So should you give me 50% of your income? Should I be allowed to steal 50% of your income because I think and can justify why you are getting paid too much? Heck, Scooby's getting paid for a job that I kind of do more than I am. So should I be, hey Scooby, I'm entitled to 50% of your money now. And if you don't give it to me, I will steal it from you. And you cannot do anything about it because I am living in a lesser, what is it called, lesser social situation than you. I'm living in a one-room apartment. You have either an apartment with more rooms than me. You're living with a spouse. I'm not. You're living in a richer area than I am not. So therefore, technically, it should be okay that I'm taking 50% of your income. Piracy is theft. You are taking a product and not paying for it. Theft. If I'm going into Walmart and stealing a pair of pants, I'm taking a product I'm not paying for. Theft. Can't hear you over the gunshots outside. Okay, you're even worse state, so you should not pay for anything in life then. We don't have Walmart in Denmark, no. If you're taking anything that has a value, like a monetary value to it, you are stealing. There's no shape, there's no doubt about, there's no fucking ways you can get about. You are stealing the equivalent of what that monetary value is. So again, if you're stealing a $50 game, you are stealing basically $50. You just don't see the $50, but you're stealing something that has a value of $50. You might as well just go to the people that you stole that game from and just steal $50 out of their bank account. Because that's what you do. You steal $50 out of their bank account when you pirate. Just like when you're using ad blockers, so you don't have to see ads on a YouTube video. That money that would have gone to the content creator, you are stealing. So that means that you could just as well have not used ad blockers and then go into the content creator's bank account and taking that money. Because your ad block, it's only like a few pennies, I get it. But that ad block is money that content creators otherwise would have gotten that you now have blocked them for. AKA you have stolen that value. You may not have gotten the money, but you have stolen the possibility of them getting that money. So AKA, you could instead of using adblock, you could just go into the content creator's bank account and taking that penny and throw it out the window. It's not that fucking complicated. Taxation is not theft. Taxation is a universally agreed upon collection of money for the betterment of society, if it's done right. So, the society you live in have agreed upon that we all chime in so we can get X, Y, and Z for free, or we can do X, Y, and Z. Taxation is theft. If a dictator say, pay me 50%, but you're not getting anything out of it. You know. But if you live in a country where they have all voted, and the majority have said, yes, we agree that X percentage of your salary is going to be used for betterment of the road, universal health care, blah, 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 all that fucking bullshit, then it's not theft. Because it got through a voting system, the majority agreed, and in a democratic society, the majority wins, so therefore that means that you have to obey the rules of the land. If you don't like it, you take your sorry ass and move somewhere else. If you can't afford to move, you get yourself in a position where you can afford to move. Getting another job, working harder than anyone else, saving up money instead of buying that game. Instead of going out getting drunk, you're putting that money into the bank and then you move. You know. Like, taxation is by no means perfect. But it's not theft either. And I'm sure, as we have seen in many places where a lot of the people in power are misusing tax funds. Not good. Should not be done. We can all agree on that. I don't think that's like a thing we should like be disagreeing upon. That if you're paying road taxes, those money should be gone to everything that has to do with road maintenance. Paying the people that are making it, maintaining it. Paying for the administration that are maintaining it, and so on and so on. It should not be used for a fucking bachelor party for your nephew's fucking dog fucking cousin. You know. Should billionaires being taxed more? Not necessarily. No. Because without billionaires, we will not have a lot of jobs. And if you're taxing them more, you're limiting their way of getting jobs. And they already are, yeah. 50% of $1 billion is more than 50% of 100,000. So they are paid more, taxed more. You know. I believe that everyone should just be taxed the same. Rich or poor, taxed the same. There will always be... Again, the world is not fair. If you try... This is what will give you the biggest hardship in life. If you're trying to make the world into a fair place. It's not. There are people that are shorter than me. That's not fair. How the fuck will you make the world into... So everyone is 6'4"? You know... There are people that has better genes than I have. How the fuck is that fair? You know, they don't have autism and they don't have mental issues. How is that fair? There are people that look better than me. or other people that have it easier to find mates. How is that fair? If you're living in a place where you want everything to be fair, you will never be happy. And we have to just accept that life is not fair. You have to work with what you have. And one thing, the first place to start doing that is stop being a victim and stop justifying you doing bad things. You know. Stop doing that. Like I said before, people that lived 100 years before you had way worse circumstances than any of us have today, and they still managed to fucking survive and get into better positions and stuff like that. Nothing is impossible. It's just, you may have to work harder than someone else. Like, if someone got born with a fucking silver spoon up their ass, that don't have to work for anything, lucky them. But that don't make you, like, that don't help you. If you're born in the ghettos and stuff like that, yes, you have to work a shit ton harder than they have. And it's unfair. I get it. Of course it is. It's fucking unfair. But you can definitely get yourself out of that. Definitely get into a better situation. You may not get up to the silver spoon level, but you can get a long fucking ass there by working a shit ton. By putting yourself into better situations. Take responsibility for your own shit. If you can't afford a $60 game, get into a position where you can afford a $60 game. Get a better education. Find a better job. Move to another fucking country if that needed to. If you are that passionate about getting a $60 game, put yourself into a situation where you can get a $60 game. People respect people so much more that try to get into that position where they can get a $60 game and fail than people that sit and demand. Kids, here's the thing. Kids are not entitled to $60 games. It's that simple. You're a fucking kid. You're not an individual adult yet. Kids are not again, everyone is entitled to basic things, but if you're a kid, you're not entitled to a computer, you're not entitled to Wi-Fi, you're not entitled to sit and play games, you're not entitled to a lot of those things. Those are luxuries that we tend to have in the worlds that we live in. It's not a fucking guarantee. And you are not entitled to have any of that. You just happen to have it. The same with adults. No adults are entitled to a fucking $60 game. We just happen to live in a place where we can get jobs. Where there are jobs, we can get jobs, and we can buy them. This is like I hate first world problems because these talks we have right now is a showcase of how privileged assholes we are. Do you think a fucking kid in Africa that can't find their next meal is sitting here and debating about if they should steal a $60 game or not? No, they fucking are not. They don't even have the concept of a fucking game, what gaming is, because they are so starved out of their fucking ass. The fact that you're online right now is one of the biggest privileges in fucking history. And here's the thing, you're not entitled to be online. Yeah, you are lucky that you were born where you were born. But I get it. People want more and more. They feel entitled to more and more. Yeah, first world problems. I hate first world problems. It just shows how entitled you fucking are. Yep, Obsidian Wolf. I'm 100% agreeing with you there. It's the better we get it in a society, the more people think they are entitled to shit. And it drives me nuts. Because here's where the problem is. We have spent about an hour or so debating if you should steal a $60 game. That hour could have been spent on so much other productive shit. We could have been talking about how to battle cancer. We could have figured out, should we donate money to cancer research? We could have done a 1 hour fucking charity something for fighting cancer or whatever charity. You know, first world problems is taking resources away from things that fucking matters. Because people rather sit and bitch and moan about their Wi-Fi code or a $50 game than actually going out and doing some of the hard shit that actually fucking matters for society. Because the thing that matters for society takes a lot of fucking hard work. So let's not do that. But let's bitch and moan about my coffee from Starbucks was not the exact amount of fucking degrees hot that I wanted it to be. Or someone in the line in Starbucks looked at me the fucking weird way. So therefore, I have to go on to Twitter and bitch and moan about it for the next 5 days. Instead of actually doing something that fucking matters in life. It drives me so bonkers with the entitlement and the stupidity that are running around in the Western world at the moment. No, everyone gets cancer. Poor people get cancer just like rich people get cancer. You know. Exactly, yeah. Can you imagine spending so much time creating a protest distro? Yeah. If you can't afford something, make it so you can, or then just don't fucking get it. It's that simple. And here's the thing. You don't need it. If you can pay your bills, you get food on the table, you have shelter to live in, anything else you don't fucking need. Yeah, FTP is still used there, yeah. Not so much, but it's still used there. Everything else than surviving is a luxury. It's that fucking simple. Yeah, some cancers we do have cures for, yeah. Or long life expanding treatments and so on. And some you can even live with the rest of your life. It just I just can't take that. Maybe it's because I've been like. I've lived in a long time in my life where I barely could fucking afford to pay my rent. You know, like, I lived, like, really, like, I had to like, for one time, this is how bad I had it. At one time, I lived for 2 years without a mobile phone. Like, any phone subscription whatsoever. I had the choice, I think it was more than 2 years, I think it was 3 years. I had the choice between a phone bill or an internet bill. And I was like, well, if people want to contact me, they can still email me, they can call me over the internet, and so on and so on. The phone bill, I could only receive phone calls and text messages. So I took the internet, of course. But I lived for, I was in so fucking financial problems, or not problems, but I didn't have any money because I was sick, that I had to do those kind of fucking choices. College living on instant noodle. Yeah, I did the same. I lived off pasta and fucking ketchup for the most of the time. Or rice and ketchup. Rice, pasta, bread. So it would be bread with butter, bread with honey. I did that for 3 years. As an adult. I could only afford to buy the cheapest of the cheapest food you can imagine. I probably lived for like under $10 a day in food. Because I couldn't, I didn't get enough money for being sick from the state. Luckily enough, where I live is super cheap to live, so, you know, call me Italian Union, yeah. Yeah, the internet prices are really weird when you look back at, back in the day, how expensive it was. And I think that's why I can't take a lot of these first world problems seriously, because they sit at bits and moan, oh, poor little me, I can't afford a $60 game. You don't know how the fuck it is to struggle, okay? If your biggest concern, if you can't afford a $60 game, you have nothing to bitch and moan about. If your biggest concern is that you can't get internet access tomorrow, you have nothing to bitch and moan about. Like, that period of my life really fucking, make me realize a lot of things. Like, in those 3 years, I almost got kicked out of my apartment 5 times, by the way. And the only thing that happened, the only reason why I got out of it, guess what? I put myself into positions where I didn't have to live like that. I got help. I got therapy. I got training. And now I'm making more money than I ever could dream. I could dream about making more money. But I'm making more money every year than I ever have made in my life. And it only... let me put it this way. The future's only looking brighter when it comes to, like, a monetary income. But that didn't come automatically. That didn't just come because I'm poor little old me. Mental health issues. I went into a massive depression because of my autism. Where I was basically trying to off myself a few times. But it didn't come automatically. Where I am today only came because I put in the work. I asked for help. I found the right help. I got the help. But you have to ask for help, of course, first, which can be really hard for a guy to ask for help. But I asked for help. Then I found out how to get myself into a better position. Well, I don't see... Here's the thing. A lot of people say, oh, that's sad and I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm so much better human for going through that than I was before. I appreciate of so much more things than I was before. So I kind of like that I had to go through that, to be honest. I am dealing with a lot of, like, that's one of the reasons why I'm so fat as I am right now, is because I tried to eat myself to death a few times. I was living off pizza and junk food, and I ate so much that I physically passed out. And my stomach was about to actually burst. Because I was trying to basically off myself by eating food. I was so fat at one point I couldn't go down the stairs without fucking almost getting a heart attack. Getting railed for money or for internet access. Oh, I ate more like dude, I would eat all the time. I would eat the same amount of food as like 3 families or something like that. Or maybe not 3, but at least 2 families. And not healthy. Yeah, it was a weird time. It was a really strange time in my life. Super strange time in my life. But it only got better because I wanted it to get better. Everyone around me was trying to make it better. I just didn't listen to them. I just said, fuck you. You don't know what I'm going through. Fuck you. And I felt sorry for myself, and I felt entitled. I did all of those things. And in the end, there was only one person that can help me, and that's myself. Just like there's only one person that can help you, and that's you. Oh, Again, I ate the same amount as like at least 2 families would eat in a day. So, a lot. Like, I could eat 2 family pizzas and drink like 2 liters of cola without any problem. Any problem. But I would be really sick afterwards, of course. And everyone's like, oh, you need to get out more, you need to take care of yourself, you need to do this, you need to do that, and I didn't listen to them. Until I decided I listened to them. Everyone can get into a better situation, no matter where they are. They just have to fucking do it. Yeah, he kills more. Yeah, he killed a lot of wives, yeah. So I'm just, after that happened, I just could not take first world problems seriously anymore. I just couldn't take them seriously anymore. Because I realized how entitled those problems are. Like, it comes out of entitlement and you know, how good their lives are. There's this saying that nobody complains more than people that live a good life. Because they have nothing else to do than complain. A single mother with 5 kids that work in 2 jobs, you rarely hear her complain. Because she's busy fucking working. You rarely hear a hungry, broke guy or girl complain because they're busy working. The only people that complain are fucking people that are well off. Should we do that tier list thing? Let's start it. Let's do it. MX Linux. So it's like 5, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's like 4, 3, 2, 1 stars basically. So A is a 4 star, B is a 3 star, C is a 2 star, D is a 1 star. No opinion is just like, well, no opinion. F is just massive fail. Like, it should not exist. Why the fuck is there? Just fuck it off. MX Linux, I will give a C. Boink. Mint, B. Endeavor OS, I will probably go B. Debian, A. Manjaro, C. Ubuntu, A. Pop OS, C. Fedora, A. OpenSUSE, A. Linux Lite, Sorion, Gorada, KDE Neon, Elementary OS, Antix, Kali Linux, Poppy, Naboa, I will give a C, Alma Linux, a C, PC Linux OS, a B, Vanilla, no opinion, Alpine, no opinion, NixOS, probably a C, Peppermint, a D, Ubuntu, they would probably go up to a B, Solus, an A, PlendOS, no opinion, Lubuntu, I will explain all of this later on, B, Slackware, A, CentOS, D, Ubuntu, Gentoo, Red Hat, Arch Linux, B, Ubuntu Mate, D, Debian, Antix, Void, Ubuntu Studio, EuroLinux, Rhino, I don't fucking see a need for that. No opinion, Silverblue, Archie Linux, Gnome OS, get that out of here, KOS, OpenManDriva, Catchy, no opinion, Farron, don't get out of it. Okay, can you see a trend here? What are all of these up here? Oh wait, PC Linux needs to go up here also. All of these here are independent, self-sustained distributions. Independent, self-sustained distributions. These down here are just forks, or they are built on top of the independent distributions. So we don't really need them, because all they do is just taking an existing distribution and then they are tweaking it a little bit. And the reason why I give them either B, C, or D tier is because those tweaks I like more than the other tweaks. So I like Mint's tweaks to Ubuntu more than Pop OS's tweaks to Ubuntu. But they kind of don't make sense. There's a few independent down here. NixOS is an independent one, but NixOS is more like a research distribution than actually meant to be a distribution. But I do see the value of having a research distribution. So in reality, it's like what distros should be Linux. What distros should be in the Linux landscape. That's A tier. What distributions is it's kinda okay they are there, but we don't really need them. That's B. Do we really need them? Is C. I don't think we really need them. Is D. Yeah, they should definitely get out of here. Is F. People distributions have not spent enough time with to. Arch is independent, but the reason why I put it down here is because there's no benefit for running Arch Linux that you don't get in the other distributions. You can do exactly the same thing with OpenSUSE as you can with Arch Linux, and Arch Linux just the user base make it go down a tier. So the reason why Arch Linux is in B is because of the community. Open Mantriva is kinda independent and kinda not. It's based upon Mandrax that then became Mantriva, and then they did it. I think Open Mantriva is the morph between Rosa and Mantriva, but it's a little bit of a. It's all basically putting it here. It should actually be here. It should actually be down there. We don't need it. It's faded out to obscurity. Nobody really talks about it. It don't bring anything to the landscape of Linux that no other distributions bring to the landscape of Linux. I was just being nice because of the nostalgic of Mandrake. But yeah, Arch Linux, the reason why it gets knocked down is because the community is ruining the distribution. And I'm being nice by putting it in B tier. If it was up to me personally, I would put Arch Linux down here. Maybe even down here. Archie Linux, I would actually put down here. We don't need it, but I know some Mac users like their Linux are putting it up there. Had we, yeah, it's purely because of the community. I'm putting it down there. NixOS is meant as a research distribution of doing things differently in Linux. But honestly, if it was up to me, let's just put Arch up there. If it was up to me, all of these distributions here, and we are talking desktop Linux, not server Linux, workstation, stuff like that, desktop Linux. Anything beneath A should not exist in my world. Any distribution besides A distribution should not exist. Because all they are is just minor or not so minor, but like medium to minor modifications to an already existing distribution. That could have been done as an add-on to that distribution. So what Mint does, they could have done as an add-on to Ubuntu. What EndeavourOS is doing could have been done as an add-on to Arch Linux. So you install Arch Linux, and then you have like a morph this into EndeavourOS kind of thing. So you install EndeavourOS's presets basically. The same with Kubuntu. You install standard Ubuntu, and then you have like let's transform this into Kubuntu. It can be done really easy. I've done it before in a video. They basically just taking a base distro, adding their own modifications, and calling it a distro. Where in reality, what they should do is just having it as an add-on to set distribution. Well, they are separate distributions because Ubuntu make them separate distribution. What would be the best, the best scenario is that if Ubuntu during the installation was like, do you want to install KDE, LXFCE, or sorry, what is it called? What the fuck is it called? What is it called? I can't remember this Ubuntu. What the fuck is it called? The desktop it's based on. LXDE? What is it called? I can't remember it now. Or do you want the XFCE desktop? Just like that's what LXQT, there you are. Yeah. LXDE, yeah. That's what OpenSUSE does. That's what Debian does. They ask you, what desktop environment do you want? That's what Ubuntu should have done. They should not have Kubuntu. It should just be like, you install Ubuntu, or Ubuntu, what desktop environment do you want? That's what I wish they would have done. Slackware kind of do the same. Gentoo do the same. Arch kind of do the same. But yeah, anything beneath A should not exist. Because they are just taking development resources away in an unnecessary way from the main distros. That is where if they spend more of that time working with the distro, it would be better for everyone else. So it's basically two teams trying to fix the same problem without talking to each other. Or talking as little as possible to each other. So you will get a lot of parallel development, as I call it, where you are doing this, you're fixing the same problem in an inefficient way because you're not talking with each other. And these down here, I just have a personal agenda against. I just don't like them personally. But again, anything beneath A should not exist. Makes no sense that they are there. Other than personal ego and pride. You could make Nabor, you could make Ubuntu or Fedora into Nabor by having a script that did the changes that they did with Nabor. Even changing the kernel. Yeah, an installer group or something like that under the installer, yeah. So under a live stream, I took Ubuntu LTS and I made it into elementary OS. And I got 98% there. There was one program that acted up. And I didn't have time in the live stream to compile it and configure it right. But it would have taken... It took a long time to do it. Don't get me wrong, it took a few hours, like a few hours to do it. But had I spent a day on it, we would have gotten stock vanilla Ubuntu. We could have made that into elementary OS by spending a day on it. That is how close they are to each other. We got the Pantheon up and running and everything, and we had one program that was acting up, and it needed a few changes in the source code, and we compiled it and run it. I just didn't have time to do it, but we got 98% there. And most of that was just enabling repos and installing software. That is how close most of these distributions are to each other. You enable a repo and installing software. You don't configure much. You barely have to do any, if at all, any source code modifications. And that goes if you go onto DistroWatch and you download all the distributions there, or we had all the logos there, it would basically look the same. These would be up here, and all the others would just be divided between here. The rest of DistroWatch would just be divided between these other 5 sections here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 sections here. Because the only distributions that matters are these distributions up here. If you were like, okay, what distributions matters for Linux? Contributing, giving back, are really helping out Linux on the desktop market. We have 5 distributions. These distributions up here are actually doing something for Linux and for everyone else. They are actually making sure hardware works, software works, they're giving money, they are contributing back, they're giving developers development time to projects and so on and so on. So if you were looking at what distributions are the most important distributions for Linux, and that makes Linux go around, and that everyone else is benefiting from, it's those 5 distributions. If you took those 5 distributions away, let's put Red Hat up there also. If you took these 6 distributions away, all of this here would not exist. Maybe Arch, Linux, and Gentoo would exist. So we could probably do this. Oh, wait. Oh, this one. Yeah, kind of. So, if these went away, only these three would exist and all of the rest here would not exist anymore. Because these up here are the heavy lifters for everyone in C tier and down. So these are independent distributions also, but they're heavily benefiting from the work these are doing up here. So if these went away, all of these down here would disappear. Yeah, LXQT was forked from LXDE because the DE desktop environment it was unmaintained, or the library was unmaintained for a long time. Open box part of it. But look at it like this: 6 distributions. If they disappear tomorrow, look at how much bullshit would go away from the Linux world. And this is just the top distributions in the world. If we took every distribution on... Basically, if these 6 distributions went away tomorrow, 99.999% of all distributions on DistroWatch would go away. 99.999% of all of these distributions will not exist anymore. If those 6 distributions went away. We will still have Gentoo-based Arch. Solus I don't think they have any base distribution. But Arch Linux is not that widespread as a distribution base still. But what we would have left is only Arch-based distributions and Gentoo-based distribution. So let's say 98%. If these 6 went away, 98% of all of the distributions in here would go away. 98%. 90-fucking-8%-ish. Think about that. And now you understand why most Linux distributions are bullshit. It depends on what you're using CentOS Stream for. But anyway, this just shows you how much bullshit of distributions that are in the world. And how much... This is the scary thought. This shows you how much wasted development time that are being put into Linux. Of maintaining a distribution that should basically not be there. Or really don't do much to additions to the Linux community. Because respinning a distribution and maintaining a respin cost money, cost time, and takes some effort. Depending on how much you tinker with it, it takes more... Wait, let me put it this way, it don't take too much effort, but it still takes effort. And development and maintaining the ISO, the respin and stuff like that. That could have been put into developing something actually useful. There's a lot of wasted development time that's going on here. A lot. So I did an experiment. I think I called it Symbian OS. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, Hell OS. Was that it? No, it was Symbian? I made I made a no, this is a real distribution. So I made a script that basically made XFCE XFCE into basically how I wanted a distribution to be based on XFCE. So you install Ubuntu, and then you ran the script, and it will uninstall software, install software, set up the theming, and everything like that. And that was just a script. But basically what my script did... Oh shit, the tier list is gone forever now. Oh, it's still there. So what my script did, it did 90% of what all of these distributions are doing. Or some of these distributions, most of these distributions are doing. Because most distributions are just configurations, theming, and removing and installing software. That's the only difference there is between the parent distribution and their distribution. Uninstalling software, installing software, a few configuration, and theming. All that can be done automatically with a script. I just can't remember what I called that project. But it was basically just a bash script. And that bash script took me a few hours to make. And you could make XFCE into however you wanted it to be. Yeah, ClearOS but ClearOS is meant for servers. You know. But again, like think about this. If a script can do what most distributions are doing, you don't need a distribution. If a script can make the difference between the parent distro and the respin distro, you don't need a distribution. So if I can take a script and it can become Kubuntu, by running that script, you don't need Kubuntu. It's that simple. And you can do that with most of these distributions here. You can just make a script that enables some repos, download their software, setting the theming up, and installing those config files, or all of the config files. Can be done with a script. A script. If you can make the distribution with a script, you don't need the distribution. It's so simple. Well, that's basically what a lot of those remaster systems are. They just open up an ISO or configure an ISO, or open it up so you can configure it. So it's a script that makes it the file system readable, and then you modify the file systems. You compile them back into an ISO, and that's it. Like super simplified. You basically take the ISO and put it and make it and make it so it's a file system on your system, and then you go in and fuck around with it and do whatever you need to do. And that's it. Or you have a script that tells the ISO creator what programs to install or what files to install on the ISO and not. It's one of those two approaches they typically take. And now you have to ask yourself, why are most of these distributions then being made? Because of ego shit. I can do it better. I know best. I don't like what they are doing. That's it. So let's say you have a distribution spin off Ubuntu, depending on how much you make. So if you have your own custom programs, you spend time maintaining them. But you also have to make sure when there is an update to the main distro, so let's say it's based on Ubuntu, if Ubuntu has a major update, you have to make sure that your distro don't break. Because it will update from the same repo, so that means that the tweaks that you have made, you have to make sure they don't break. Or it don't overwrite the tweaks you have made. So you have to spend some time making sure that it don't do that. And again, the more you fuck around, the more maintenance you have to do. If you're just changing the wallpaper and everything is coming from the same repos and everything, you don't have to do anything. But if you're going to use your own repos and blah 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 and your own software, then you have to make sure that an Ubuntu update don't break your system. So Mint probably spent more time than you think maintaining the ISO and the distribution, because they do fuck around quite a lot with Ubuntu. And they have their own repos and own software, but they are still based on Ubuntu LTS. So they still have to somewhat be aware that when Ubuntu LTS do an update, they don't fuck around with any Mint-related stuff. And depending on how good developers they are, it can be easy or hard. But you also have to remember, most Linux distribution makers barely can do print hello world in Python. They learn how to use the respin software, and then that's it. So that means that if there is a upgrade problem, they don't know how to fix it, basically. They have to learn that. To have Linux Foundation, yeah, I think that would be a really good idea. Because that will standardize, and it will actually make it would make the Linux name or Linux distro name mean something. Because right now, if you say Linux distro, it can mean great or shit. Anything in between that also. If you say Windows, you know what that means. You know what you are getting. If you say Mac OS, you know what you are getting. If you say Linux distro, you can get a super fucking great distribution. Or you can get a really shitty one. And anything in between. But if there was a way that you could only call it a Linux distribution or whatever, because it was approved by the Free Software Foundation, now you know what that means. You know what it stands for. So yeah, it would be anything that would help standardizing it, you know. Well, there are a few. I think there's like the Linux standard, and then I think there's the open. There are a few standards out there that they're trying to implement over the years about how to make sure that everything works between distributions and stuff like that. Some of it was based on Red Hat. Some, I think, was FOSS based. The GNU people wanted that, you know, so it was more GNU kind of thing. But here's the thing: nobody is following those standards because they're not being. There's no punishment for not doing it, basically. Like, they have made a lot of standards over time, but there's no punishment for you not following them. So why should you? Because having a standard could make it a little bit more difficult to work with. Because you have to do it in certain ways to uphold a certain standard to make sure that compatibility between distributions is upheld, which could mean more work and will mean more work. So why the fuck should they do it? You know, why should they do it if there's no, you know... Well, BSD is also better because BSD makes the kernel and the userland at the same time. That's the thing. They are... FreeBSD is in control of more of the operating system than Linux is. And that's the problem. Linux is the kernel. So the Linux Foundation and Linus Torvalds are only in control over the kernel. Then we have the upstart system, System D, or whatever they're using. Those individual projects are the one in control of that. So with Linux, you have a lot of small moving pieces that are independently in control of those, and they barely at all can figure out how to speak to each other. Because they all want to do things their own way and blah, 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 blah. Oh, if Linux was a commercial OS, this shit would have been streamlined years ago. And here's the thing, a lot of people not like this. If Linux was a commercial OS, it would probably be years further along than it is today. Years. Oh, by the way, someone was asking about the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is not a desktop OS. Or not meant as a desktop OS, so it should not be on the tier list. This is just desktop OSs. I know we have Red Hat in there, but, you know, it was already there. But this should be mostly the same with Vanilla and Alpine and Alma and CentOS could probably also be taken out. But I just used what was already in there with the focus of desktop OSs. But yeah, if Linux was commercial, oh my god, you will have a so much better system. And people don't like hearing this. Because what being commercial means is that now they need funding. Now they can actually pay fucking qualified developers. Now they can actually get shit done. But they don't want to hear that because then we have to pay for the distribution. We just like free shit. We don't really care about FOSS. We just like free shit. We just don't want to admit it. Now we're getting into the same thing with like, is pirating a crime or stealing or not? And now all the excuses and justifications come from why they should not pay for a Linux distribution. A lot of Linux users just use Linux because it's free shit. And they had to pay $50 for Linux, they will run back to Microsoft. Because at least they don't have to pay for Microsoft up front, they pay when they buy a new computer. Or they will just pirate Linux like they do pirating Windows. It is a fact that most Linux users don't want to pay for the distribution. Because the distributions that want them to pay, they don't use. Or they pirate. Even if it's low as $1 for a fucking distro. It's yeah, again, they hide behind this FOSS flag, and they hide behind this, like, we like open source and FOSS and free and open source software, and we believe in the freedom, and blah, 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 blah. And they only do that because it's free. The second they have to actually do something or give back, nah. And then they go into the, let us make all these excuses so we don't look like the bad people. So now they come with all of these, like the same with the pirating is not stealing kind of guy. They do all of these fucking crazy scenarios in their head so they don't look like the bad guy. They would, if those people really were that fed up with Linux, yeah, they would just pirate whatever distribution they want them to pay money. There used to be, believe it or not, paid distributions back in the day. The two probably most popular was Linspire. It still exists to this day, but the old Linspire, Lindos. Now some idiot have bought it up. This is the fucking biggest lunatic on earth. This company here. It's run by the biggest lunatic on earth. But Linspire, I actually mained, they had like a free version here. I actually mained this quite a lot. Linspire, back in the day, and Sandoz were both paid distributions. You could only get them if you paid for them. And you know what? They were fucking great distributions. Like, they were really great distributions. They had a lot of modern technologies some distributions don't even have today. Because they could actually pay developers to do it. So Sandoz could, with no problems whatsoever, run both deb files and RPM files. You could install both. They had a really, really great package manager. The file explorer, file, whatever you will call it, was close to Windows XP, and it was so fucking good. Linspire or Lindos had like a CNR, click and run, where you could go onto a website and you could look at software and you just clicked on it and installed on your distributions. You just clicked on it and you will go on to like a Snap Store, the Snap Store, and there you just click and it installs it. They had that in like 2004 or 5, 2002. They had that. You just went onto a website, you clicked and installed the software for you. They themed all the software in the repo so there was consistency between the programs. They made sure that the programs they had in their repo actually fucking worked on Linspire, Windows, and it upholds the theme. You know. Here's another thing. You could buy both of these distributions physically in stores. In stores. You could go into a store and buy these distributions. These came out in the early 2000s, by the way. And you know why you got a lot of these fucking shit? So hey, this started in 2001. When does this start? 2001 also. They had so many great technologies. And they did so much. Heck, this one here got sold on the Asus EPC. It got pre-installed. I think it was the Asus EPC or what the fuck it was called. Or Acer. It got pre-installed on one of those notebook systems back in the day. Here, EPC, this one here. Because people paid for that distribution. So they could use that money to go and advocate for Linux for... Why did they stop? People didn't buy them. Linux users didn't support them. That's why they stopped. Because the users there was not enough Linux users that want to pay for the distribution. And why should they when you could get everyone else for free? But these distributions here was Ubuntu before Ubuntu, basically. And the thing is, they were not even that expensive. I think they cost like $20 or something like that. $20. Netbook is the name, yeah. It was not that expensive. I actually had one of these. I think it was Plague. My main computer died, and I actually connected a screen to this one here with keyboard and mouse, and I made this for like 2 months before I had money enough to buy a desktop again. But yeah, they did so much great shit. But they had proprietary software. Pieces of their operating systems were proprietary software. Like the file manager and the technology, the see and click and run technologies and stuff like that. So the Linux community, of course, got really, really fucking angry and yelled and screamed and stuff like that. And then the fact that you had to pay for the distribution made them angry on top of that. When they went away, they only went away because Ubuntu and a lot of technologies that could have helped the Linux desktop went away with them. Exactly, those same people whining about a Windows license, yep. You got these for free with the internet connected because the later version had a SIM card slot. But you get what I'm coming at here. I went through this shit. This is why I say that 90% of all the shit that Linux users say, oh, just give us that and we will do this, is bullshit because they have tried this before. Oh, if only Linux got pre-installed on computers. They've done it since 2008. Oh, if only we could get Linux bought in stores. Since 2003 or 2. Back then you could go in and buy Linux in stores. Then we have like oh, I'm going to blow you guys' minds. It's so fun. I love this. This got sold. I think it was called GPC. It's this one here. It has a lot of Google. It had a lot of Google web LEDs. Oh, here it is. So this one here, I think it's this one here. You could buy in stores with this Linux on it. Which was based on Ubuntu, by the way. Like, in the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, you could do this. They sold PCs with Linux in stores. But nobody wants them. Yep, here you see, here, Linux. Can we see when this is from? "2007 is the article from. I don't know when this, like, came out. This was sold in stores. Yeah, the distribution was not that fucking, like, it was not that fancy. It was just a reskin of Ubuntu. It's GNOME 2. I think they used GNOME 2. So all of this, if only. We tried it. Like, we tried it, people. But the market did not want it. The market did not want it. Oh yeah, this was their logo. So the person that invented this OS went on to do I think it was the Chinese version of Twitter. They invented the Chinese version of Twitter. Because I think it was a Chinese company that owned that distro and manufacturing facilities and whatnot. But yeah, like, dude, Linux, like, nobody understood how much effort Walmart is where it was sold at. You could go into Walmart in 2007 and buy a Linux computer. In 2007. Again, think about this. And then think about if only Linux could do this, if only we could Linux, all of these crazy things that the Linux fanatics are saying. Yeah, and Ubuntu gave away free copies from 2004 and up to, like, God knows when. So imagine all of these things that the Linux community is saying, like, if only we did this and only we did that, we have done it, baby. Like, it's already been done. The market don't want it. And then they can say, oh, well, Linux is better today. Yeah, Windows is also better today. You cannot compare today's Linux with 2007 Windows. Windows back then was not that great either. It had a lot of limitations. But it was still better than Linux. Just like today, Linux is not bad, but Windows and Mac OS is still better for most people. The market don't want it even if it's free, yeah. And then they make all the excuses that, oh, if only it come pre-installed on computers. It did. And their biggest problem with these pre-installed, Windows had also gotten pre-installed, or Linspire was also pre-installed on computers. And you know what their biggest problem was? People would buy them, use them, and return them. That was the biggest issue. That's why they flopped. They had such a high return rate. Super, super high return rate. Like, it's Them were the days. These was also the days where I was like an obnoxious Linux fanboy, by the way. In the early 2000s, when I was like, you know, you stereotypical Linux fanboy. If 2000 to 2010 me could listen to me today, I would cut my own balls off. Like that, you know. But yeah, behold the glowiness of the desktop. If only gaming worked on Linux. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, Kent fanboy area. Yeah, for a better part of 10 years. Well, I don't know what to speak. So here's the thing, Don. Had YouTube been what YouTube is today back then, I probably would have become DT. That's the thing. YouTube back in them days were really fucking, you know. Linux virus E. coli. Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's a joke. Oh, I got it. Master regulators, middle managers, workhorses. E. coli. And already back then, Linux was like massive in the corporate world. Where it is today. You know. So YouTube came out, I think it was 2004 or 5, I can't remember it. It was like really rough and there was no way of making money really, and it has almost no viewer base, and it was mostly just for small little cute cat pictures or cat videos. You know, that was the meme about YouTube, it was for watching cat videos. You know, nobody was really that interesting. There were a few Linux channels going around and stuff like that, but it was not like... Mokulus, I think I do, yeah. Linux actually don't... Oh, well, you can run good video editors on Linux, but it don't really have a good, like, open source video editor. Yeah, I was out there arguing with people in real life instead of on the internet, yeah. Yeah, there were so many fucking weird things going on back then. Yeah, but a lot of people are really ignorant about, you know, Linux history. It's almost like Linux history from 2015 and down. It's almost like nobody really talks about it. You know, because most people only know Linux, Linux from 2015 and up. So they don't get the like how Linux really was back in the day, and Windows and stuff like that. But yeah, it was a fucking weird, like it was an interesting time, for sure. Brunel's Tech Tips. For my emo haircut, yeah. Yeah. I got a Macintosh in 2008, and it was kind of like the beginning of the decline of me as a Linux fanboy. I got like a not Mac Mini, I got an iMac. And for like a year and a half, I was really into Mac. Then I went back to Windows because of gaming and Linux and fucked around with that. Then I installed Arch Linux on it just for fun. And back then, hardware compatibility with Linux was really bad still. Then I ran Arch Linux on for a good while. Then I ran it with Mac OS on and off over the years. Until I decommissioned it in 2012. Which was also when I mean decommission it, I just took it apart and sold it from scratch, basically. Or scrap. And then I got really into gaming, and I started my gaming channel and all that fucking shit, so it didn't do much Linuxing. But yeah, it was like, yeah, I think that iMac kinda started the doubts about Linux in my brain. Because here was yet another OS that was not Windows and did the same shit that Linux people say they can only do under Linux. I was like, oh. But yeah, was it Leopard? Mac OS Leopard it had on it? And then it's Snow. Yeah, this one here. I love this fucking distribution here. Then the Snow Leopard came out, and I think Snow Leopard was the last one that actually cost money to upgrade. Yeah, I got Snow Leopard on it. Oh, yeah. Broadcom Wi-Fi. Oh. Yeah, I became a Mac enjoyer there. Then, of course, because I could not afford more. Like, Mac is expensive, as we know, and I didn't have like any good jobs at that time. And I got into gaming, so I was like, I might as well just spend the money on a good graphic card and stuff like that. So I kind of got out of the Mac world. Because of the font rendering engine on Linux is just bad. It's just bad. I can't say anything else about it. It's just bad. You know. It's just bad, bro. It's just like too little resources. I don't know. You know, it's I don't know why it's bad. It's probably because they don't know how to make it better, but it's just bad. Just bad. And I think it's one of those things in Linux with the limited resources they have that they kind of don't want to prioritize that much. Which, in my opinion, is like, it's such a core component, you know, having a good front rendering engine that you should do it. It used to be worse though. Like, it's actually kind of not too bad, but it used to be way more worse. So what I did after I started to use Mac OS, and I still do this sometimes on my Linux distributions when I run them, is I download the San Francisco font and use that. So that's the Mac font. And that makes the font rendering look a little bit better on Linux. Because the font is nicer. Yeah, I used to run Linux on my, like I said, I ran Arch Linux on my iMac for a while, and Ubuntu, and all kind of crazy distributions. But mostly Arch Linux. It's funny. I can sit and see, because I was still living in this apartment. I'm just looking, and like, I sat there and installed Arch Linux on my iMac, and I can just picture like my desk back then, and you know, the furnitures I had at that time, and how my apartment looked like at that time. It's just surreal to think about. Yeah, time is a weird thing, man. It was fun back then. I don't know. It was not the good days. Actually, like, I like my life better now than it was back then. But it was an interesting time for Linux and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Arch, by the way, is like it's like 20 years old, if not older. It's so old. Like it's so fucking old. Like massively old. Yeah, it's super fucking old. Yeah, Ark, by the way, is a really old meme, yeah. Like, it is super fucking old. No, Ark started it before 2004. I think it started in like 2002 or something like that. Yeah, 2002. Yeah, Ubuntu was 2004, yeah. And I also think it's from Canada, if I'm not mistaken. Hungary. Why is it when you see a software developer, you know you're looking at a software developer? Yep. There were Linux YouTubers in 2006, but not many. Oh, I love the old cheese grater Mac Pros. Like, their computer I craved for the longest time. Like this one here. Still to this day, I think it's one of the most beautiful fucking computers ever made. I wanted one of these so bad. Like, so bad. Like, this was like, I would kill to get one of these. Like, come on, man. MorphOS is, I always wanted to mess around with that one also, yeah. A lot of people make them into sleeper PCs now. This one here, About $20,000 plus. They were super expensive. Like, massively expensive. Come on, man. No. I get like a Mac nerd boner now. I'm like, oh, I want to run my Mac Mini again. Wow. But yeah, it was like... And back then you could, like, they were the most powerful desktop computers you could get your hands on. Oh yeah, they had the liquid cooler back in the day, yeah. I almost bought one like a few years ago because nowadays they are super cheap. But I just don't know what to do with it. Yeah, Big Mac Attack, yeah. I almost bought, and it was in really good, and it was also an Intel, like the top of the line Intel version. Like I think it was this one here, the 2010 one. Like look at this fucking design, pros. Yeah. They get the power PCs and install Morph OS. But look at this fucking shit, man. The trash can Mac, if you get Windows or Linux on it, is not that bad. Like, it's not that bad. It would actually do you quite well for like a lot of workloads. And I may be in the minority, but I kind of like the design of the trash cans. Like, yes, it does look like a trash can, okay? But it's like, it's unique. And that's what I like about it. Super inefficient. Super inefficient with cooling. But I kind of like that it's different. Yeah, I don't know if I would call it beautiful, but I do like the design, yeah. Amazon UK have one in stock if you want one. You want like your black penis. Yeah. That's what I love about Apple is that they're not afraid of innovate, you know. Yeah, condom Mac. I know people that still use them to this day. Yeah. I have a love more for the Mac Tower here. Yeah. Xserve is another interesting thing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Exodus one, yeah, they were also big. They were like massive. Ooh, I never liked Alienware. I never thought they made any good computers. They just always looked really weird to me. Mac does do some beautiful hardware. Oh. Yeah. I think they don't have that because it would make them stand out too much, I think. You know, like if you get what I'm coming at here. Like you don't want to go to a business meeting with like a pink laptop, you know? Like you know, people in general that buy laptops nowadays are mostly business people, and they kind of want them to, you know, just be neutral. That's why Lenovo, well, they have black. You know, you want your black or do you want yours black? You know. Yeah, but well, most people don't put stickers on them because they are mostly company owned, and the company won't let you put stickers on them. Trust me. Yeah, it's just like, you know, they just want that, you know, neutral color kind of thing. Black, gray, metallic kind of thing. You know. Yeah, but again, you are not the benchmark of all business owners. So Lenovo and Apple products are used a lot in like Fortune 500 companies and in their meetings, and are used for sales reps that go out around and talk with people. And if you come around with like a loud and screaming laptop, it could take focus away, or you know, there's so many reason why you don't want it to stand out. It could also just, you know, if it stands out, it's like a theft may see them and be like, oh, I want that one, you know. But again, if you want to, you can just put like a skin. I know one of my co-workers, she has a MacBook Pro, and she has like a pink skin on it, or shell, or what you will call it. Of desktop environments, that could be fun, yeah. I don't even know, is this like a period correct video? Okay, so it's 12 years old. The video got uploaded 12 years ago. And this is a 2012 MacBook Air, so it's like 5 years, or 2 years out of date or something like that. It is period correct, okay. So it was uploaded in 2013. Yeah, but they already had like a 2013 MacBook out there, I guess. Or it may come after that one, I don't know. Because there is this is 2012. Okay, yeah, it may be before the 2013 one got released. I so want to have my own business at one. Like, I should fucking make my business. Oh, you got cloth with them back then. Ooh. Yeah, that packaging. It is an experience unboxing fucking Apple products. I love that. It's kind of fun, you know. Like, it's an experience. I think it's the better word. I'll just plop that bar in there, I guess. Yeah, lighter and thinner. Did it start up by itself? No? So I actually have the year before that one laying around in one of my drawers. Eight? No more? I think they're still kicking around. Yeah, they are. They're still kicking around. It was one of their first videos, I guess. Yeah, here it is. Holy crap, they have been around for a long time. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I still have to work a day before I have a weekend. Yeah, YouTube was way more relaxed back then. Just got hit by YouTube for watching you with an ad block, apparently. I have 3 videos left and then it's blocked. Yeah, YouTube is getting really aggressive with ad blockers. I just never met anyone that actually had a that actually got hit by it yet. They have a lot of short form videos, sadly enough. That's what you get for not buying premium. Oh yeah, do you guys know this dude here? It's my natural color. I used to follow him quite a lot. He's a hardcore Mac fan. He looks like Jesus. Not Jesus. Santa. He's just... Have he done anything lately? 3 months ago. No, don't give... I don't... This is an unmonetized video. My live stream is always unmonetized. So I'm not losing any money. Yeah, I used to watch him a lot. Because he's like me, you know, like he couldn't afford Mac, so he got them like second hand and third hand and stuff like that. He also did hacking tosses and he's just a chill dude to listen to. I kind of like just watching his shit. He did like the ultimate power Mac upgrade and... There is something about old computers, you know. You know, there is something about old computers. In general. Let's watch this one. Without sound. I could do this, though. There we have Santa in his youth. Yeah, like I said, I kind of want to... I'm so tired of working for other people, I want to... That Hour 1 is also a really, really good one, yeah. I used to watch him a lot also. Yeah, I'm just fed up with working for other people. I need to make my own company. It's like looking at old cars, yeah. I used to watch a lot of the Dagger 1 videos where he put the SSDs and installed weird obscured OSs onto them on computers and whatnot. Do not spill, okay? Either software or IT, some tech-related stuff, you know. Because I'm debating if I should sunset this channel a little bit. And not hardware repair. So it would be consulting work, over the phone tech support, maybe, maybe building smaller software for people and stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, I'm thinking about sunsetting this channel here. So it would be focused more on live streaming and then one reaction video a week, maybe. Reaction, or, you know, one a week as I do right now, and then live streaming, and then on I have like 3 or 4 channels. And then on another channel, I will do like software, hardware, IT, more focused on corporate IT and corporate software and stuff like that. No Linux whatsoever. No Linux. Out. No Linux on that channel. And then this one here would be like a reaction video or video a week, live streaming, maybe even gaming. I'm thinking about doing some gaming while we're live streaming. I actually want to do that today, but I got away from it. Play a game while we are talking. Because I'm a little bit fed up with the audience this channel attracts, basically. So have this here would be then more reaction video for Linux content, and then everything else would be more focused on Windows, Mac OS, and or gaming. For the live stream aspect of it. And then maybe also, if if I'm going away, because I can also go do another thing. I could just focus solely on live streaming on this channel here, and then locally record my live stream also while I'm live streaming. So then I can make like small little, I can take some snippets out of them if we have some good talks or something, interesting happen, and then make small videos out of that. Because with the new sound card I have, I can split audio, so you and I can hear music, but the local recording would not get music, for example. That's another thing I was thinking about. And those live streams, again, I could do live reaction. We could do live coding sessions. We could do a gaming session, whatever we want to do. And then do, like once a week, do like a highlight video from what's happened during the week. Or again, like I said, if something interesting happened and I can't live stream that much one week, I can upload one of those videos and only live stream one time. Or if I can't live stream a week, I will have some videos I can upload from highlights from previous live streams. So I'm fucking around with some ideas. Because this channel has kind of... if I don't do anything antagonistic towards the Linux community, I get no views on it, basically. And that is just because of the audience that I have built up with this channel. It's my own fault. It's nobody else's fault than my own. But I kind of want to go a little bit more... Here's another thing. I made a Kick account the other day, like the streaming service. So I was thinking that live stream here and then do like an hour, 2 hours on Kick also after this live stream. So here we could talk shit about tech, reaction video, live reaction, stuff like that. And then like so let's say I will stream 4 hours in total, 2 hours here and 2 hours on Kick or something like that. Maybe even multi-stream, I don't know. I don't know yet. But I kind of want to do a little bit gaming again. The other thing I was thinking about is do this, what we do now, do that on Kick, and then use YouTube as, an archiving session with all the highlights. I don't know, there's many, Yeah, if you want to change the direction of a channel, it's better to just start on a new channel. But yeah, it's so dusty. Because if I then do the other channel, this channel here will then be mostly a live streaming channel. And then, like I said, with like highlights spread over the time when I'm not live streaming. And the live stream themselves will still be unmonetized, but I will then monetize the highlights videos, Yeah, that was what I was thinking, Don, but again, I don't think we will get that many, tech things going on Kick. Because Kick is mostly political or IRL streaming or gaming. I do want to do some IRL streaming. So I just need to get my fucking ass around it. But I want to go for walks and then live stream my walks while I'm, walking. And then I can show you guys around the nature I have where I live and stuff like that. I don't think that would do... It would probably do okay here, but it's not tech. It could be... We could talk tech, but it don't necessarily have to be tech-related. And I kind of thought I would do that on Kick. Because Kick don't have, then we can listen to copyrighted music while I'm walking. Because Kick don't have anything against that. So, on this channel here, I will do what we're doing right now, these kind of live stream. And then if I want to go for walks and take you guys with me, we could do that on Kick. And then my other channel would be Mac, Windows, development, IT focused channel. No, I don't. I've looked into. Kick is the third or the second biggest live streaming platform. That's why I chose them. I could also just use one of my other YouTube channels and do it on YouTube. But then we get into the whole copyright thing. And Rumble, I don't like them that much, to be honest. Kick is the one to see. Kick has a partner program that's more solid. Kick just seems to be, besides Twitch, Kick seems to be the best streaming platform for gamers and live stream, IRL streamers. And reaction content. They have a more robust partner program. Like people that move from Twitch to Kick, they make about the same money in 3 days that they make a month on Twitch. Yeah, I think I know who he is, yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen some videos about them. So I think I may go that way with Kick, and it don't have to only be walking on Kick, because then I can also do IRL gaming on Kick and stuff like that. But the problem is that it's just so much easier to do stuff on this channel because I already have somewhat an audience here. So I'm almost always guaranteed someone will chime in on this channel. So it's just super comfortable to just do everything I want on this channel. But it's just like, yes, I get audience, but I get sometimes the wrong audience that I want than what I want because of this channel. So let's say if I go for walks, it will end up being a fucking huge Linux discussion anyway. You know, I would just be standing in the middle of a fucking public road and yelling and screaming about Linux, and people around me will look at me like I fucking need the cops to come and put me in a padded cell or something like that. Or if I start to talk Mac or Windows related stuff, all the Linux fucking idiots will come to this channel and be, oh, you've been chilling out, blah, 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 you know, all that fucking bullshit. It's super hard, Anton. Like, it's super hard to change direction on YouTube. Because YouTube tag your channel with a lot of unofficial tags for their algorithm. And it happens by the algorithm. So let's say you are primarily a tech channel and you go also becoming a car channel. You have to make more videos than you have tech videos before it kind of starts to see you as a car channel. And then also because then you are losing views per video because you're doing something outside the norm. So the algorithm think your channel is failing, so it stop recommending you even less because you are failing channel with less engagement. Like anyone, even YouTube themselves recommend you to start a new channel if you want to start a new, like, go a new way. Or else it can take years before you get turned around, basically. It's super difficult to diversify a channel. That's why you see all the big YouTubers, they have more than one YouTube channel if they do different things. And again, it's not like starting from scratch because you can diverse audience from one channel to another. You know, I have my Discord where they get posted on. Or I can make a video here because YouTube don't have a problem with you recommending your other YouTube channels. So I could make a video say, oh, look at this channel. As long as it's a YouTube channel, they don't mind it. But yeah, the longer you stay in a certain group of content, it will about take the double amount of time to change it around. So if you spend 2 years being a tech channel or talking about Linux, it will probably take 2 years to 2 to 3 years to get the algorithm to see you something else. Unless you upload a shit ton of content in a short amount of time. And nobody wants that. Or you have to do the other thing, is that you again are starting from scratch, so to speak. So you're private or deleting all your old content and rebranding. Then you can do it a little bit faster, because then YouTube may just see you as a failing channel for 6 months. And then it's like, oh my god, it's actually not, they're actually uploading. And then they're looking at what you're uploading and recommending you to that audience. But that could mean that for like 6 months or a year, I could get kicked out of the partner program, because I don't get the views as I used to. It would probably be easier to go from this to a game dev channel, yeah. Because it's somewhat related. But going from what I'm doing now to like a pure Mac and Windows channel, that will never work. Or from what I'm doing now to a pure, let's just say, generalized development channel, would never work. I can't avoid Linux. I have too much Linux content. Most of my videos are Linux content. So for YouTube to not recommend that content, I have to private all those videos. But that means that YouTube will then see me as a declining channel for a long time. And it won't recommend me in the algorithm for that long time. So that means that the videos that I make has to be really good videos. Or I have to make a lot of videos that then, so I get like a lot more views. So let's say I get 1,000 views per video now. If I private all my videos and I start to do what you said, I probably have to get 2,000 or 3,000 views per new video for YouTube not to deem me as a failing channel. Because the way YouTube operate in the back end is it looks at what is the most content in your channel. What is the majority of your videos about, and it uses your transcription of your videos, live streams, comment sections, to see what is being talked about and stuff like that the most. To better understand who to put it to, recommend the channel to, and the videos to. So if 99% of all my channel up till now is Linux, until Linux is 50% of all my content, it will still recommend me to most Linux users. But let's say I have 1,000 videos, that means that the next 500 videos I upload, or, well, even more than the next 600 videos I upload, or 800 videos I upload, will still be recommended less because they are not Linux content until I primarily more non-Linux content. Oh yeah, a lot of people have tried to outcompete YouTube with open source versions and not. I think BitChute is somewhat open source. Library, I think, was open source. You know. Yeah, but because I have primarily Linux content on this channel, I can't get away from Linux. I have to basically delete all my videos. But again, then YouTube will see me as a failing channel or falling channel. And why should it recommend a falling channel, even if I upload videos again still? Because it don't know how to recommend me anymore. What content instead of Linux content? Anything, the exact same kind of content, but not Linux related. And no more reaction videos. Because if I delete all those videos, YouTube, the algorithm, don't have anything to judge my channel for anymore. So I'm basically starting over. But that also means that if I don't get a lot of views on my videos, I could get kicked out of the partner program. And I have to start all over again. And it can take years before it deemed me worthy enough getting in the partner program. It is just faster to start a new channel, basically. You don't listen to what I'm saying, Don. Even if I don't talk about Linux, it will recommend me to Linux users because most of my content is Linux related. So I can sit and do C# tutorials for the next 2 years And it will still recommend those videos mostly to Linux users, because most of my content is around Linux. That's how it works. It's how it is. Just look at here. You know, it's you just can't get out. Like I said, the best way is to either delete or private all your videos and hope that the next 100 of 200 videos you make are somewhat decent videos that get a lot of views, so YouTube don't think that you're a declining channel. Or you make like 1 or 2 videos that get a shit ton of views, so YouTube know, aha, this is what this channel is about now. Because YouTube lock you in really fucking fast. It locks you in so fast. There are so many content creators that try to shift focus, and it almost never succeeds. Or it takes them years to shift focus. Like, we are talking 3, 4, 5 years. So they typically take a break for like 2 years and then they go on. They lose promotion, money, focus, recommendation, all of those fucking things, yeah. Again, if you're going to a sponsor, for example, they will look at your channel like, why should we sponsor your channel? You all your videos is about Linux, and we are non-Linux, software company. So if we go that route, and you're, I'm trying to, change direction. They're like, yeah, but no non-Linux users are going to see this channel. So you have to, again, you have to prove to them that you can make non-Linux content that gets a shit ton of views. Again, why it's easy to either delete everything and or start a new channel. And then keep the existing channel alive until the other one is ready to take over the focus. That means it gets the same views, etc., etc., etc. Or have them coexist. Like, you don't see, like a lot of tech YouTubers, they also have car channels. You don't see them make car videos, You don't see Jace2Cents make car videos. He done it a few times, but you don't see all his car videos on his main tech channel. For that reason. A lot of tech YouTubers will also have IRL channels. You don't see them in their main channel because of that reason. If you go Linus Tech Team, you don't see. There is a reason why Short Circuit is a channel for itself. Because it's a totally different format for a totally different audience. In a totally different format, it would not work on the main channel. You have Austin Evans and or Danke, that are 2 channels that he basically operate, but are their own channels, because if he made on his channel, they would not get the same exposure. YouTube don't look at a channel like you would think about a channel on a TV station, where that channel can have the news, it can have comedy, it can have cartoon. YouTube look at it as a channel, as a monolithic thing. So this channel do this. This channel is a Lego channel. This channel is a reaction channel. This channel is a Windows hardware channel. This channel is a C# channel or development channel. That's how YouTube look at channels. It's a monolithic thing. And it's super fucking irritating. Because that means that if you want to change or diversify, you need more channels. Which means more unnecessary work. Where does this fit in? At one point, you have to focus on the most profitable. You get what I'm coming at here. It just becomes a fucking nightmare. But YouTube look at the world as a monolithic thing. Like the channels as a monolithic things. If you're a live Let's Player, that's how YouTube sees you. You could migrate over to live streaming because they're kind of the same. But let's say you're a Let's Player and you want to do coding tutorials. Yeah, no, forget about. Do another channel. Just do another channel. Unless you only have like 3 or 4 or 5 videos, Again, like a lot of people don't really understand how YouTube work until you actually been a YouTube content creator for many, 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 many years. And there are, I can't remember what the fuck they are called now, but there are programs where you actually can get that via, you post a link in your browser with your channel ID, and it can tell you your, or you used to be able to do that. It will tell you your ad standing. So they will rate you, I think it was A, B, C, D or something like that. So that basically meant how good quality ads you got. It is like, how much do you swear? It's basically YouTube's algorithm's internal rating system to rate your channel, basically. How good of a channel you are compared to the rest of them. And that could potentially give you better ad revenue. That's also why you see a lot of channels get just demonetized no matter what they do. It's because they get some flags by the algorithm that is like, we don't like this channel. Even if they're not doing anything wrong. They could just have switched or moved the focus into something that could be a little bit controversial in the algorithm's eye compared to the other content they made. So it may be afraid that they're moving into even further controversial bullshit. Because you have one video, or 3 or 4 videos that you may shift a little bit. If you want to make a YouTube channel, it has to be about one thing. One thing. If you're doing backpacks reviews and the next fucking, like, when you have like 1,000 videos on your channel or 200 videos, and you're like, nope, I'm going to review Barbie. Yeah, forget about that. It's like, unless you are like a super small channel that gets 1 view per video, forget about that. It's impossible to change that around. Until you have more Barbie videos than you have backpack videos, and they get massively more views. I have like 3 other channels. They don't do anything, I just made them. So if I have an idea for like some content I want to make, I make a channel with a channel name that I want. So nobody else can take it, basically. So I have like 3 or 4 channels they're just there. At one point, when I both did gaming and this one here, I was thinking about having a consolidation channel where it posted the highlights from all my channel. But I never got around to do it more than just the idea of it. And back then I also streamed on Twitch. So it'd be Twitch highlights, tech highlights, gaming channel highlights. But I never got around to do anything with it other than just giving it a name. I have a channel where I did a little bit about EDC, showcase some EDC. I did 1 or 2 videos there. I think that's one still, like, I still have those 2 videos. Then I had an idea for doing, like, roasting videos of Twitter posts. Where I found out, like, a fucking crazy-ass stupid Twitter post, and I would make fun of it. I did like 3 or 4 videos of that one. I think I deleted all of those. So that's empty. I could start to use that one. But yeah, if I get an idea for a channel, I just make the channel. Like, I make it to preserve the name of the channel, basically. Yeah, the Twitter one, I got a few views on, yeah. Is that Lion? What Mac OS is that? I would love to do more Mac content, but I don't know. Software reviews. Nobody wants to see software reviews. Nobody wants to see software reviews. And to really showcase a software, it takes hours. Hours. There's a reason why we barely have any distribution reviews anymore. It's boring as fuck and there's nothing else to say. There's nothing to say. And if a software get updated, there's not much to say. Other than just reading the release notes. And it's so nerdy and so techy that nobody wants to see it. You have to remember one thing. When it comes to anything content creation, entertainment comes first. So unless you have like some quirky ass way of doing software reviews that are like almost as like, you know, a sitcom or something like that, yeah, nobody's going to watch it. Hey, Lamer. Unless, let's say you are a photo editing channel. Yes, then you can do a Photoshop or Affinity design review. Because it's related to your content, but you're not relying on only doing those reviews. It's just part of the rest that you do. It's relevant to the rest of your workflow that you're doing on your channel. I've done that, Don. I've done that multiple times. I've done it on this channel. I made videos about No More Linux talk, and it lasts 2 or 3 months. Because after 2 or 3 months, I almost get no views, and I'm close to losing my partnership if it continues for the rest of the year. I've done that 2 or 3 times. I've tried, I think, 4 times to change this channel's direction. And it always ended in the same. Linux users come in, no views on the videos, no recommendation, almost no subscriber games. You know. And then I make a reaction video, or I make a live stream pissing them Linux users off, and I'm back to normal again. And this is how fast it takes to go back to normal. 1 week. 1 week. That's how fast you get back to normal. Then the views goes up again. People come in again. Subscribers come in again. So luckily enough, you can remedy a few months of bad content by a week. Oh, 2 weeks this time. A short amount of time. Linux users hate me, so they pay. No, they don't. Because they use ad blockers. That's the thing. They don't pay me. And to be honest, I am a little bit tired of the tech world. Because there's just so many, how the fuck can I say it? Like, weird nerds. If that makes sense. I've never had this much problem in the gaming communities as I do with nerds. I had a gaming channel for 8 years or something like that, and granted it didn't get that many views compared to this one here, but I barely had to ban anyone. Barely. The same with my gaming live streams. I barely had to ban anyone. When I had this YouTube channel here, within the first 6 months, I think I banned twice the amount or 3 times the amount of people than I had on my gaming channel for 8 years. I will say this with the deepest respect. You don't know what you're talking about. What you think about, I have tried it, okay? And other people have tried it. This is like, information that if you listen to the YouTube gurus will tell you, this is what information that million subscriber YouTubers will tell you. If you want to change focus, make another channel. That's it. Over. That's what they will tell you. If you want to make a drastic focus change, make a new channel. Any other thing you can think of, try this, do this, in the years of YouTube content creation has been tried and has been done, and really, really few people manage to actually change it around. Like, they are super lucky if that happens. Or their core fan base are so universally adaptable to the new thing that it makes sense. Again, it's not that far from going from a Let's Play channel to a live streaming channel, for example. Because it's kind of the same audience. But going from a Let's Play channel to a development channel, forget about it. Forget about it. You might as well just make a new channel, yeah. This one is actually really interesting. This is also a really good channel. This does not compute. He's also big into the retro Mac world. So I could probably do stuff like that. Yeah, but nobody wants to watch content from Linux servers. Look at all the popular Linux channels. They are talking about Linux desktop. And only mentioning Linux server once in a while. Nobody wants to sit and talk about Linux server all the time. Because, first of all, it's too technical for most Linux users. They just don't understand what the fuck you're on about. And the people that do understand what you're on about are so few and far between that you just... It's just, I would not say waste of time, of course, but you are basically just making videos for you and your friends, so to speak. The summa summarum here is that nobody gives a fuck about Linux. A lot of people give a fuck about Linux drama. So when, for example, when I do reaction videos where I'm bitching and moaning and stuff like that and making fun of Linux users, that talks both to Linux users, Mac users, and Windows users. Because if you're a Linux user, you will get angry over me telling you the things I am. Or you will laugh at me for being stupid. If you're a Windows fan, a Windows user, you just see it as entertainment. If you're a Mac user, you will also see it as an entertainment. If I'm goofing around about setting up XFCE, only Linux users that wants to learn will watch that video, and most Linux users don't want to learn. But if I make a video about bitching about proprietary software, that would only speak to Linux Linux users that care about that cares about the politics and the drama, aka most Linux users. But there are less Linux users watching Linux videos than there are Windows and Mac users watching. You get what I'm coming at here. So the audience is already finite there. That's why you don't see many Linux content creators that are purely Linux content creators that only make Linux content that have 1 million subscribers. I don't even think if there is one. And that's because there's just not that many Linux viewers. You know. Because Linux is a niche area to begin with as a desktop. You could probably talk to both, or you could talk to both Windows users, Mac users, if you talk about the Linux cast is not 1 million subscribers. The Linux cast don't have 1 million subscribers. That little hermit don't have 1 million subscribers. I think Learn Linux TV is creeping up on like 500,000, and same with the Linux Experiment or something like that. Maybe Chris Titus Tech is creeping up there. Because a lot of, again, this is a misconception that a lot of people have about YouTube. You as a viewer, a lot of the viewers see that, oh, this is their hobby. Yes, it is a hobby, but it's also a super time-consuming hobby. So, as a content creator, you will not just do things just because it's your hobby. You have to do everything calculated. Because you want to do stuff that's maximizing the effort. And the maximizing of the effort is how many viewers do you get and how many subscribers do you get. It's not the money in of itself. It's just like you want to reach the most amount of people as possible. Again, do you want to paint a picture that only one person see or 1,000 people see? Most people say, I kind of want 1,000 people to see my picture. They may not like it, but I want them to see it anyway. You know. Yeah, either as I do now or become fake Distro Troop or Chris Tides Tech. Exactly. That's the only options that I have. Continue this. And even what I do now is not really that successful. I get about 50 to 60 subscribers a week. Or a month. If I do, the more reaction videos I do, the more subscribers I get. The highest I was up was when I did a Chris Titus Tech reaction video. And that month I got 300 subscribers in a month. That's the highest I ever gotten. That's nothing. Nothing. That means to get 3,000 subscribers, it will take 10 months. Right now, I get about 500 subscribers a year. It's nothing. For all intents and purposes, this channel is massively failing. Massively failing. I get okay views for the size of the channel, but people don't stick around. Because who the fuck wants to stick around listening to drama all the time? Because this is like a more or less a drama channel, if you want to think about it like that. Or maybe not drama, but a confrontational channel. You know, like there's a lot of confrontation going on. Arguments, challenging people's view, disagreements, so on and so on and so on. It's not necessarily drama. But it's fun in short bursts. It's good for like a 30-minute, an hour video. But if you had to listen to that 24/7, or let's say 3 or 4, that's why I only upload once a week now. If you have to, like, I get more views per video now than when I uploaded 4 or 5 times a week. Because of that. You are taxing people out. Nobody wants to be arguing all the time. You know. So even this, and it is because of this format. Again, if I did reaction videos that talk to all user groups, that would do better. And that's kind of what I want to do now. I want to do one reaction video a week and then live stream for the rest. You know. Yeah. That's, but if you look at all of those channels, what are their main focus? Entertainment. It's entertainment with knowledge. And Austin Evan is even more entertaining than any of those. Austin Evan is the most entertaining, like he spent most time entertaining. LTT is maybe the second. Jace 2 Cents is like a good mixture of entertainment and education. The same with Gamers Nexus is a good mix of entertainment and knowledge. But yeah, I think if I just do one reaction video a week, and then for the rest of the week, if I want to do anything, I just live stream. The two most successful things I have on my channel are live streaming and reaction videos. Those are the two things that do the best. Or if I shit talk Linux for like 10-30 minutes, just go totally fucking off the, just shit talk Linux like nobody's business. Like the one where Linux have lost their shit. It's the most viewed video per week I had in years. But it's not a video I can make all the time. Week number 2 of Linux have lost their shit, or Fuss have lost their shit, It's one of those videos you can only make so and so often. However, reaction videos you can make all the time. There's always something to react to. And I could also diversify the reaction videos to... I've done that before also, where it's not just Linux content, but kind of tech-related. Those will still do better than most other videos. But I always have to remember one thing. I have to make it so it's centered around Linux in some way. So it would be like, this is why Linux users don't understand Windows memory. And then look at a video or react to a video about how Windows memory works. I'm not going to be a fake Linux fanboy, no. No, I reach quite a, like I said, if I do a shit talking of Linux, I reach a lot of people. Like I get shared on fucking Reddit and stuff like that when I do that. The same with my reaction videos get shared on Reddit and Facebook and stuff. Like I can see that in my dashboard when they get shared, or that they get shared. But if I do like tutorials or just normal Linux videos or Windows videos or anything like that, they don't get shared around. Yeah, I'm almost a staple on what the fuck is it called? Linux socks? Linux socks or something like that. I get posted in there quite a lot. And then on one of the Linux subreddits, I have a hate watcher that posts me a lot in there also. E-baking is something different. But again, like I said, I'm a little bit fed up with the whole, like, nerd culture. I want to do something not nerdy. Yeah, but Londuk, he did Linux socks, but Linux socks that he did was not a critical, in quote, hateful Linux video. Sorry. It was a video about Linux shortcomings, and then at the end he would talk about how great Linux was anyway. So it's a shit sandwich. He would say some good things, a negative, and then a lot of good things. That was why he still could get away with shit talking Linux. And the things he criticized Linux about was things that were already acceptable by the Linux community to be a shortcoming. He didn't go out to basically most of the things he talked about with Linux socking was just like, yeah, Sherlock, He didn't like really highlighted a lot of the big problems, like the community, for example. It was like soft coding Linux problems and then sucking its cock for the rest of the video. What it should have been called is Linux is kinda okay, because that was he did. He found subjects where Linux was kinda okay in, talked about them, and moved on. He rarely addressed like super fucking like things that would make the Linux community go really really angry at him. He never talked about those. For that reason, they would get angry at him. By the way, you want to learn about hardware? this is where you learn about hardware, when watching stuff like this. Not by installing Arch Linux. Linux users are interesting in really select few things, and you cannot diversify from that. You just can't. It's impossible. Like, I am an official stamped as a Linux hater. I am probably one of the few content creators that have used Linux the longest of all of the content creators out there. There are not many that have used Linux longer than I have on YouTube as a content creator. That also is a content creator. But I am a Linux hater because I don't automatically say that Linux is the best OS on earth. And I don't believe that open source is that much better than proprietary software, or fixes any problems more than proprietary software does. So because I say that, I am a Linux hater, even though I've been using Linux for almost 30 years now. Which, again, makes no sense. But that is because you cannot... in the Linux world, there are things you can and can't do. That's it. That's the Linux politics. It's super rigid, it's super inclusive, and it's super regulated. There's a lot of gatekeepers. And, well, there's a reason why there is that. And that's because of the public image of Linux. But that should not be a system that people want to be part of. You know. He done it more than 3 videos, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he used to go to Linux conferences and do those videos. Yeah, I could not do that soldering. But yeah, Linux is like... For all the talk of freedom, personal freedom, software freedom, Linux is super restrictive. Which is something I want to make a video about also, if I not already have recorded it. But Linux is super restrictive. Like, you have to walk a certain path in how you act, what you say, what you do, what OS you like, what distribution you're using even. Like, it's not like, for example, if you're using Ubuntu, you'll get into too much problems, but you will still get into trouble. Like, if you're a content creator and you're not like sucking the Arch Linux cock, they will already kind of look weird at you to begin with. Because you can't be a true Linux user if you're not like, if you're not sucking the coccy's of the Arch's. You know. Well, it's not so much the developers, it's the Free Software Foundation and the users that are putting this onto people. And then the developers have to basically just play along, or else they wouldn't have a job, or they wouldn't have a project to work on. Not to say that there are not developers that are not like that, but for the most part, it's like you have to play the office politics, or you don't have a job, basically. But Richard Stallman and the Free Software Foundation are single-handed the reason for this. It all started with him and his Free Software Foundation, and it all will end with him and the Free Software Foundation. He is, for lack of a better word, a cult leader. And you have companies, for the sake of money, reputation, etc., playing along with it. Because the user base are believing his bullshit. Because the Free Software Foundation are the only loud voices in Linux. Linus Torvalds don't really say much about Linux, other than if you have to. You know. The kernel developers really don't speak much about Linux unless they almost are forced to talk about Linux. The Free Software Foundation, on the other hand, you can't keep them to shut their fucking mouth. And it's always politically driven. So if you are a user coming into a new system and the majority of messages that you're being told, sent, and hear are from those lunatics, either you follow along or you get out of there. And the people that follow along are the people that stays. So it's just getting amplified. So the good Linux users, the sane Linux users, are being drawn out by these eggheads. Idiots. Call it what you will. I don't think we get a Linux user to do the shit that this dude is doing right now. And they sit here and pretend that they are like superior fucking humans for running Linux. Yeah, right. I'd rather be able to do that than run Linux. Like, that's cool. Installing Ars Linux is not fucking cool. But basically rebuilding an old Macintosh is fucking cool. Just wait, I've seen this before, just wait till he's done with it. It's actually a super cool fucking computer. But I want to get more over it, like maybe not build my own system, but this is the kind of thing I want to react to. This is the kind of thing I want to talk about. You know, stuff like this. Stuff like this, retro computing, how you know, the reality of IT software and all that fucking shit. I don't want to deal with this political bullshit that is Linux. Let them do that. Let them be Linux. I don't give a fuck anymore. I really don't give a fuck anymore. There's so many other things I'd rather do with my time than spending it talking about Linux, to be honest. This live stream is a little bit of an experiment. The other live streams that we did have been a little bit of an experiment. My reaction video is the one that where Windows is slow, or why Linux is faster than Windows, which is totally fucking bullshit, by the way. Not at one point did he showcase Linux being faster, or show any data that Linux is faster than Windows. It's all trust me, pro. But apparently he makes it like it's a... he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then I have another video I recorded after that with the bias in the Linux community, Linux content creation. Because I noticed a trend that Linux content creators only want to engage with comments that are positive to Linux. So rarely do you see a Linux content creator saying, oh, you may have a point there, or that makes sense, or oh, I see, that's why Windows is doing it, and it may be better than Linux, or something like that. They almost never interact with any comment that is somewhat critical towards Linux. Like if someone say, oh, I tried Linux, it didn't work for me because the battery life was worse than under Windows. You may get some people like, oh, you have to do this, that, and that, and read the manual and all that fucking bullshit. But you rarely see the creator itself either liking or commenting on that. They mostly only commenting on liking comments that is super favorable to Linux. And that in of itself is a massive bad bias to have. Because that means you can't take anything seriously that they're saying, because let's say Windows do something that's just uncategorically proven to be better than on Linux, or than Linux does it, they would never admit that. Never admit that. And that means that they will mislead, lie to users for the sake of following the narratives, or the Linux kind of thingy-madooski. And I've seen this on... I don't know why I haven't like made a video about that this long ago. I've seen this on almost all Linux channels. Linux is not faster than Windows. It's faster in certain workloads, but it's not faster than Windows. There's a lot of things Windows do faster than Linux. and the other way around. Heck, there are things Mac OS do faster than both Linux and Windows. You cannot say one OS is faster than the other. Because when you say faster, you mean it's faster, and that means it in everything. Or on average, at best. You have to say, okay, where it's faster? Where is it faster? It would be like, I'm faster than you. Running, hitting, thinking, breathing, looking, pointing, growing hair, growing nails, farting, masturbating. What am I faster than you in? It's such a vague statement that it makes no sense to make it. Probably, I think you're saying. So here's the thing. A lot of people will address Linux shortcomings or negativities, or what you will call it, because they're not negativities, they're criticisms. That's another thing people have to, like, the narrative about it. It's not being negative. Because I don't sit here and say Linux is the worst OS on earth. I just have criticism about it, that it needs to do better. And being negative and critical are two really, really different things. But there is a lot of people that are semi-publicly critical about Linux. They're just not on YouTube or on social media. They are in discourse, forums, and stuff like that. That's where they are critical about it. And also where they hide their name. So people can't see who they are. But I stopped believing in any, like, this here, single-handedly, year after year, was one of the nails in the coffin for me. This is 15 years of Linux on the desktop. It barely fucking moved. Like, it's gotten up quite a bit here. You see how it fluctuates? It probably had like a big spike in 2021. Yeah, 2021. So now it went up about 2%. So in 5 years, it grew 2%. And now it seems to be standing still. Actually, it's going down. But we were close to 5, now we're close to 4 again. It seems to fluctuate between 4 and 5. Lower, high 3 points to high 4 points is where it seems to be fluctuating at right now. Because we have to remember, at some point, there's just not more users that are interested in Linux anymore. Everything has a cap. Everything has a cap of people that want to use or buy or whatever the fuck it is. And I think we're about to reach the cap of people where people want to use Linux. That's why you see it stand still for like... yeah, the last year. The last year, Linux has stand still. And that is probably because the people that want to use Linux or run Linux, test Linux already have done it, and blah, 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 blah. You know. I think the highest we were at was 4.55%. Then we're going up and down. This is not a good statistic for Linux. So if you gain 2% in 3 years, not even that, in 5 years, if you gain 2% in 5 years, that means in 2030 we will have 6%. Because this is from 2001 to now. even 4 years, from 2001 to now, so 2028 we will have 6%. Is where it has grown the most. At some point we reach a cap where there's not enough reasons to try, or people don't, there's just not enough people that are interested in Linux. It's not like we have unlimited users on Earth. And this here are people migrating over to tablets and phones and Mac OS. This is not people migrating to Linux. Because Windows went from 95 to 70. That's 30%-ish it's lost. Linux didn't gain 30% user base. Mac gained a lot of user base. It started to use Mac OS as a different metrics, but you can see Mac OS is increasing massively. This is Mac OS 10, now they're counting, I don't know why it's not counting Mac OS as Mac OS anymore, but the new Mac, way they count Mac OS is going up massively. So that means that here, for example here, only a few percent are going to Linux, a lot are going to Mac, the rest are going to tablets and mobile phones. Because for most people nowadays, their needs, their day-to-day needs can be fulfilled with a tablet and a phone. And then for gaming, they have like a Steam Deck, they have like a whatever. Yeah, now they have Mac OS, Mac OS X, and Mac OS. And I don't know why Mac OS is not on this chart here. I have no idea why. Yeah, I don't know why. You see here, Apple are incorrectly reported all Mac OS releases since Catalina as blah blah. So they're reading. They don't have a correct version of Mac OS right now, and that is because Mac OS X is 10. And when you start to call it Mac OS 12, 13, 14, 15, is where the new graph comes in. You know. So most Linux users either dual boot or go back to Mac or Windows. A lot of people don't stick with Linux. But this is a super uncomfortable fucking graph to look at for people. And a lot of people say unknown is Linux. No, it's not. It's unknown for a reason. We don't know what the fuck it is, so therefore we don't talk about it. It's super fucking disingenuous to say all of that is Linux. Because then it might as well be FreeBSD or Haiku or who the fuck knows, like QoS, Q4, not Q4, but QNX, who knows what the fuck it is. You know. But if you look at this, in 15 years, Linux have gained 4%. And that's being generous. It's actually 3 point something, but 4%. In 15 fucking years. That's not a good statistic. No matter how you dice this, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. The year of the Linux desktop, up my ass. You know, like, just fuck you. This is the most, like, looking at this graph and saying next year would be the year of the Linux desktop. No matter how much you say it's and here's another thing. The reason why I use this site, this is the same site Chris Titus Tech use, DistroTube use, Luke Smith use, I think Linux Mental Outlaw, DistroTube, I have said them already. I use this site because all of their favorite content creators are using the same site. So they can't come and say, oh, it's the wrong site. I'm using the exact same site they are using. At least for the videos I've seen. They can come with all the copium excuses on Earth. This is like the year of the Linux desktop, my fucking ass. If you're telling me this explosion of Linux is the year of the Linux desktop, what about fucking Mac OS? Is that like the superstardom of Mac OS or something like that? Because it's exploding. What's going on here compared to Linux? And again, this just shows you nobody gives a fuck about Linux. That when I saw this, I was like, nobody gives a fuck about Linux. When I mean nobody, I mean a really, 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 really small minority gives a fuck about Linux. Actually, it goes from 2009 to 2024. Mac OS is nice. Yeah, if this is the explosion that they're talking about, any other OS on Earth is dwarfing fucking Linux in popularity then. Oh, yeah. The way they do apps is super nice, yeah. But yeah, when I saw this, when I started to really look into this, because I was afraid of looking at the statistic for many years, because I had a feeling that Linux were not that big, but I did not want to admit it. So I didn't look at statistics about Linux like this. Because it would just be even more depressing. But yeah, if this is like the year of the Linux desktop, my channel grows more than Linux does per year. Even though I barely get any subscribers. I still get percentage. I get more subscribers than Linux get users per year. Heck, they're losing users right now. I'm not losing subscribers. So is my channel like getting into stardom or what's going on? But like, what's the dealio here, brother? What's going on, Bobby? And that's also when I realized how delusional the Linux community is. Like, this is a delusion. To say this is like a massive fucking win is a delusion. It's the best way of saying it. It's like I can't even fucking explain it. It's super fucking weird, you know. No, here's the thing. PewDiePie loved to tinker. He's a tinker. He's a do-it-yourself guy. And heck, he may not even stay. He may get bored of Linux in a year. He's done what he needs to do. He tried what he needs to try. Now his interest is something else. That's it. And then he don't have time to fuck around with Linux anymore, so he install Windows or get a Mac, and then he starts to get into yoga, or he gets into fucking knitting, or whatever he wants to get into. He used to be really big into working out. Now he works out 3 times a week. You know. 3 or 2 or 3 times a week. He's a guy that gets an interest into something, and then he gets totally into it for a while, and then he moves on. You know, it's... Oh, Jesus Christ, man. It's yeah. Who knows what the fuck he's getting into. I don't fucking know, man. Overhype is never a good thing. Overhyping a thing, a product, whatever you will call it, never, ever a good thing. It always leads to more disappointed consumers, users, call it what you will, than not. And that is the landscape that we are with Linux now. It's getting overhyped so much that a lot of people are trying it out and going away with a bad taste in their mouth. And those people are never going to use that again. And that's why I don't want to deal with Linux users anymore. I just don't. It's just a bunch of fucking mouth-drooling idiots picking their belly buttons and living in la 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 land. It's like, to understand how crazy Linux users are, look at how you look at those obnoxious vegans, Karens. That's how Linux users are to the rest of the world. Or crossfitters. You do know the rule number 1 of crossfitting and veganism. You always have to tell everyone about crossfitting and veganism. And make a big deal about it. It's not funny, it's fucking obnoxious. Because just like veganism and crossfitters, they are doing everything they can to convert people over to their religion. Which is so fucking bad and obnoxious. And they are super arrogant and high moral about it. I never thought that a technology would have something this much in common with veganism. Like, I never thought that something technical would have this much in common with veganism. It's not even fun to poke them, because you can't have an argument with them. Because they are that brain dead. You can't have a constructive argument with them. So you can be like, oh, I'm poking them for view and money. Well, almost all, Linux users do that. The only fun thing, it would be funny if you could like laugh at the bank. Like, it would be funny if you could go to the bank every month and get a month's salary out of just poking the Linux community. I managed to make not even any money, but at least I make a little bit of money doing it. And I think I'm the only one on YouTube that managed to make a little bit of money poking at the Linux community. Because the rest don't. They make nothing poking at the Linux community. But the baggage that comes with it, like the stalking, the harassment, it's not fun. I spend more time dealing with harassers and stalkers than I do going to the bank and getting money. Like, it's fun for a viewer because you don't have to deal with all the fucking idiocracy. The main reason why I started to put my live streams behind a paywall when they were recorded was because I would get so many hate comments because of it. And they would go after viewers, me, and anyone else. It will not just me, they would go after it, and they will take things out of context people said in chat and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, the easiest way to get rid of those is put it behind a paywall, because they're not willing to pay $1 to do that, because they're cheap-ass leeching motherfuckers. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You are not listening to what I'm saying. At all. You're not even close to coming to what I'm talking about. If you only have half the context, that is enough context for you to not talk about it then. Again, if you don't watch a full video, you maybe should not comment on that video. That's like common sense 101. And so, if you're going away from Linux people a little bit, then go on to comment people, YouTube viewers that comments on videos. This is how stupid they are, most of the people watching videos on YouTube. I now have to tell them that they have to watch the whole video before they comment, because I may address the thing that they are talking about later in the video. And if they don't do that, maybe not comment. I also have to explain a lot of times that when I say Linux, I mean the Linux ecosystem, because that is what people are use or normalize Linux into becoming, because they're not sitting and saying, yes, today, viewers, we're going to talk about systemd /gnome / the Linux kernel / the Ubuntu distribution, because then we cannot have a productive conversation, because we have to put all those qualifiers in front of the fucking conversation. So therefore, most people, when they're talking about Linux, they mean the ecosystem. That whole spiel I have to put into videos as much as I remember it, or else you will have 5 or 6 people or more. Linux is the kernel, and by the way, bro, it's GNU /Linux, okay? But again, we were not talking about bad comments hurting me. That was not even what we were talking about. Again, if you don't have the context, don't be part of the conversation. It'll be like going up to a conversation and yell, elephant! Because I heard you say elephant. Yeah, but why did we say elephant? I don't know, but I just want to say elephant. You could have asked, what are you on about, and then make a comment. Then I would explain to you what we were on about. And you will understand that it was not about the comments hurting anyone, it was about the people using the comments to talk bad about my viewers and me. So taking you guys out of context and misusing it. But yeah, there's again nerds. I'm tired of nerds sometimes. It's just like they're almost worse than gamers. I would take that back. I'm not nerds. I'm terminally online people, I think is the word I'm looking for. Terminally online people are the worst. Yeah, I think that's just what I'm going with. Terminally online people. Their whole life is online, and you get a super skewed version of reality by being that much online. Like, you are losing touch with reality. And those are the same people that think they're gurus in IT, in software development, in mechanics, in physics, in whatever the fuck it is, while they have never had anything to do with it and spurking about it online. Yeah, why not Gentoo? Of course your freedom is getting infringed on. And another thing I've noticed with like terminally online users is that a lot of them have a massive victim complex. It's always everyone else's fault. And everyone else has to fix their problem and their situation. It's not their fault that they can't X, Y, and Z. And they should not be doing anything to fix it. You should. I just don't get why people would be terminally online all the time. Like an hour spent on going nuts in a forum or something like that That's an hour you could have learned a new programming language that you could then have used to get a higher paying job, you know, or learn a skill that will give you a higher paying job, or research what you need to learn to get a higher paying job. Like I every time I comment on social media nowadays, I feel guilty. Like I'm like, yeah, that's time I never getting back. That I could have been used to something that could have helped me better my situation. Or touch grass, yeah. I'm like, I now lost X amount of time I could have been using. I could have made a video, recorded a video, live streamed, coded, whatever, anything else. You know. And I have a feeling that those terminally online people are ending up becoming so left behind in society that they just, they can't function in it anymore. Because their whole life is online. And I'm lucky enough that I grew up before the internet exploded and mobile phones explode and all that fucking shit. So I've seen the brain rot that this whole media thing have done to people, like social media and stuff like that. And people are just becoming more and more fucking... I don't even know the word for it, but... You could not take anyone today that is 30 and under and take their phone away from them and plop them in the middle of a fucking forest without them having a nervous breakdown. Like, they would physically fucking go nuts. They would feel like they... insufferable, maybe not the right word, it's too aggressive, but... They will go nuts. They don't know what to do with themselves. Most people 30 and under could not entertain themselves without being connected to the internet. They could not function. And it's kind of interesting, but it's also kind of super fucking sad. And that's like normal people I'm talking about. People that are not, super online all the time. Then if you get like a terminally online person, they will fucking have a nervous breakdown. I know it sounds weird, but maybe there should be an age limit on social media. Discord, Instagram, YouTube comments, So people got, kids got the feeling of actually, being a fucking kid. And then you also will not have a lot of people bullying each other online where nobody can see it and they end up doing, things in Minecraft so they're not here anymore. How did cavemen survive without the internet? Yeah. It's a weird thing. No, not 18 plus for all of the internet, but for certain areas of the internet. Certain areas of the internet. Or you cannot enforce that whatsoever. You cannot enforce that. Parents are getting more lazy. It's easy to circumvent. And so many other things. It's just... Yeah, but you cannot enforce it. It's impossible. The only way you can really enforce it is as a parent, you don't give your kids any connectivity device. Well, there is a lot of people like that, especially people that have the name you have. You know. Like... Like, just look at the viewers on my channel right now. You could probably find a lot of name in there that way you, if they went up to you and say, hey, my name is this, they got slapped in the face or looked at really weird. You know what I'm coming at here? Everyone is doing. It's not just. It's a. I don't know how to explain it. It's a weird scenario, you know. And then you on top of that, they anonymous and they use weird ass fucking names to hide, you know, so they can be even more either trolly or whatever they want to be. They also think that they are invisible because I have a VPN Pro or something like that. And then they say shit that they don't think about. I'm going to say something that you probably will not like, but we are not far from it, where if you say anything undesirable on the internet, you will get in jail for it. If you're living in a Western country. And after that becomes a thing in the Western countries, it will become a thing in the rest of the world slowly. This has already happened many times. In Canada and Britain, for example. Where people have called a name or said a thing and they end up getting community service, re-educational studies, and or jail. And it's just a matter of time before it comes to the rest of the world. And it don't fucking matter, because here's the thing. It don't matter how many fucking fake names of VPNs you're using. Because you have to remember, I think, the people that hacked crazy things and on the internet and you look up to, that they all, most of the hackers that people look up to got caught. Okay? Oh, these people hacked the PlayStation Network and yeah, they got caught. Hackers get caught. And if you think that they're just using a VPN, you are mistaken. They're using things better than VPNs. So your little VPNs is basically no security, which it is not. But I see a lot of people online in discourse and all of those things. I'm like, in 5-10 years, you will be maybe just not allowed to go on the internet for a while. By the fucking government. For the way that you're acting right now. That don't mean I agree with it, but that's the future we're going into, because people don't know how to fucking act. And when people don't know how to do a thing, and you let the government handle it, they will overcorrect before they adjust. So they will be like, oh, we need to regulate this, and they are over-regulating it. And it takes a lot of years and a lot of debates before the pendulum is where it's, oh, this makes sense. Because people want to be funny online. Because, haha, I'm anonymous online. Those idiots are ruining it for everyone else. And it is coming. It's so close to coming. And all of these, like, oh, I use Linux, I do this, they will find you. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. People don't, because what do people do when they see rude people online? They do what they do in real life. They just go away. They don't do anything. They just go away. And that's the problem. The loud minority do nothing. And then it's up to the governments. And like I said, the government is overcorrecting. over adjusting. Because that's what they know how to do. That's what they've done all the time in any shape or form when they have to regulate something. They over-regulate before it becomes normal. And the people that should say something and do something don't. And the people that steps up are getting ridiculed, laughed at, make fun of, and they are the one getting banned. Not the obnoxious idiot. Not the obnoxious idiots. That's the thing. There are more good Linux users than obnoxious Linux users, but the good Linux users just walk away. But here's the thing, if you walk away, you will get regulation. Because you cannot, or the good people don't regulate the bad people, so the state has to do that. Because people don't want to deal with, and also why should they? Why is it your responsibility how people act online? It's a failure of fucking parenting in the end. Even if it's adult, you know. It's never going to it's going to be a shitfest soon. Like they did that with online, not piracy, but online content for a while. They were so fucking restricted that you could barely just, just the whisper of a fucking music note would be enough to demonetize you and ban you forever. Until they got somewhat, they're even still crazy about it, but they got somewhat normalized about it now. But how long has YouTube been around? For over 20 years. And it's still in this overcorrecting phase. That you can make a 30-minute video and you have 1 second of a song, they take all the revenue. For 1 second. You know, it's not copyright, it's the way that they infringing copyright. They should get paid, but they should only get paid if it's 1% out of the video, what that percentage of the video is. So let's say that 1%, 1 second is 1% of the video, they should get paid 1% of the ad revenue. I don't think anyone would be, against that. If it's 0.0.0.1% of the video, they should get paid 0.0.1% of the video. Get paid for the time that their music get played. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. Yeah, weak men create hard times, yeah. Well, it's not like that. It's like hard times create strong men, good times create weak men. That's how it goes. And the weak man creates, hard times, and the hard times creates, you get one. It's kind of, I read it the other way around. Trash talking is not what we are talking about. Trash talking is part of nature and will never go away. What we are talking about, people being obvious malicious. Heck, you want a really good example of how bad the world is online? Look at Hassan Piker, what the fuck his name is on Twitch. Look at Demons on Twitch. Broken on Twitch. Blatantly advocating terrorism. Blatantly advocating for people they don't deem to be the right people to end their life. Putting, in quotes, hits, because I have to do that in quotes, or allegedly putting hits out on people they don't like. And nothing is being done against it. What do you think is happening when this goes overhand? Let's say one of those people that they allegedly are putting a hit out on actually fucking get hurt. The government steps in, they will get massively punished as they should, but so will everyone else on the internet. Because then they are going to over-regulate what's being said and done on the internet. Because Twitch moderation team is a bunch of fucking pussies that only wants to regulate people they don't like. And that's why, Tectone just got fucking banned. I saw that today, yeah. And that's why I refuse to have anything to do with Twitch, and I've done it for years. It's so bad they are in the news as being categorized as almost as terrorists now. And again, had Twitch just fucking moderate them as they should, that would be no... It would not even fly on Kick. Kick would have banned them long time ago. Had Twitch just done their job, or if Twitch do their job, outside forces don't have to go in and fiddle with it and overcorrect and make it a fucking hell for every live streamer. Because if Twitch don't do anything about those kind of people, the government will step in, they will overcorrect, and it will not just be for those people, even though they will be punished, it will be for every live streamer. Every fucking live streamer. And not just on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, whatever you're live streaming on. They would just make a blatant fucking rule that are going to cut down on that thing everywhere. Oh yeah, he could not stream on YouTube, no. No, Amazon don't give a fuck. Amazon is the reason why it is like that. They are the one that hired the fucking CEO that allows this shit. So, they don't give a fuck. But again, have Twitch just uphold the fucking COS as they should. Outside forces don't need to come in and overcorrect. They could have nipped this in the bud. Hopefully they will nip this in the bud. There's still time. They will nip this in the bud before big forces have to go in and basically say, well, now we are making a fucking universal federal law that says X, Y, and Z. And I hope they fix this before that happens. Because then it's not just those people that get fucking a slap over the fingers. It's all of us. And it may trickle down to video content, what you type online, it could go down to. Because of these fucking crazy-ass fucking idiots think that they are holier than thou. Switch is a fuck... Like, it's... Oh, I could rant about Switch for fucking decades. That site has become a proving ground or festering ground for fucking nutcases. Twitch used to be the biggest streaming platform. I think it's the third now because of that. A lot of people don't like Twitch, but Twitch still has a robust... And the main reason why people still stay on Twitch is because Kick has a bad rap, Rumble has a bad rap, YouTube has a bad rap. And when I mean bad rap, I mean Kick, Rumble, and those things, they seem like, oh, these are like, you know, far-right, crazy-ass people that are streaming over there, which is not the case, but that's how they are viewed as by content creators. And YouTube is the only kind of safe haven, but YouTube don't have a lot of the same live streaming capabilities that Twitch have. We don't have bits, we don't have co-streaming, we don't have rating and stuff like that. That is super helpful for growing your audience. And to get an income. Live streaming on YouTube is only kind of okay if you also do normal video content on the side. You know. So you do recorded, edited videos and also live streaming. That's great for YouTube. But if you're only doing live streaming on YouTube, you can have a harder time than any other platform. But Twitch, they are really fucking running Twitch into the the minefields right now. And I'm really concerned because, like I said, if they don't moderate themselves, someone else is going to do it, and they may end up moderating every live content on every platform. So you're not safe on Kick or Rumble or whatever the fuck you're doing anymore. You know? Yeah, I know Moist Critical got a lot of money. Yeah, but so there's no discoverability on Twitch when you live stream. There is nothing at all on YouTube. It's super hard to find current live streamers on YouTube unless you're already subscribed to them. At least on Twitch, you can go into the browser section and you can somewhat find creators to watch somewhat decently easy. On YouTube, it's like a menu under a menu, and then they may not or may not be live because YouTube's not really telling you if they are live or not. It's really hard to see sometimes. Even under their live section on YouTube, it's hard to be found. That's it's all platforms delete certain words. I can go into my dashboard and say that Linux can. If you say Linux, your message will get deleted. That's normal. No, YouTube is not the worst about it. It's no. Actually, you can say more shit on YouTube than you can say on Twitch. You can't say thwart on Twitch, I think. You can on YouTube. Depending on how I set depending on the individual channel's moderation degree. Because it's something we set individually on our channel. Mine is at the lowest you can get. So if someone is having the auto moderation high, well then you have to be really careful what you're saying. But YouTube also do a really good thing. And that is that if you have a reputation of doing bad comments, you will automatically be moderated. So if you've been banned a lot, your message has been deleted a lot, you've been timed out a lot, there's a high chance that if you make a comment on a video, you will be auto-moderated, aka you put into a section where the YouTuber have to approve your comment. And I kinda like that. Because you may be nice to me, but you're dickhead to everyone else. And if that's the case, I don't want you in here. And that's what YouTube does. There's a few times where I look at it like 1 or 2 times a week at my modded comments. And I can see that YouTube withhold a comment that is totally fucking fine. And that is because if you have been, and I think they now also says that, don't quote me on this, but I think there's a pop-up or something now where it says that this may be a fake user or a harassment user or whatever the fuck, you know, or this user has been moderated a lot of times. Oh yeah, gaming content is super difficult on YouTube. Gaming content, like there's a reason why almost all gaming content creators went over to Twitch for live streaming. Gaming content on YouTube is super difficult to get off now because there are so many gaming YouTubers. It's easy to get gaming off the ground on Twitch or Kick. If I should do gaming content again, I would go on Kick or even Twitch if I didn't have a problem with them. Yeah, but if you let a bad day, you know, if you have a bad day and you go mental on the internet, that's your problem. You know, and it's not an excuse. And you should be, even if you have a bad day, you should get punished just as if you did not have a bad day and you said the same shit. The only thing I will agree with there is that people can change over time. Yeah, there's just too much competition when it comes to gaming on YouTube. YouTube, gaming, if you do gaming content on YouTube, you should do it as an archival purpose. Or you are sending other viewers from YouTube to Twitch, or Twitch to you, or sorry, you are sending other people from YouTube to your live streaming platform, and from your live streaming platform to YouTube. So YouTube is part of your discoverability, or it's a way to send people over if you're not live and stuff like that on other platforms. Because there's just way too many fucking content creators that do gaming on YouTube now. If you come in and have a bad day and you do something that are permaban worthy, you should get permabanned. You can't go up to the judge and say, yeah, I had a bad day and I killed my wife. Give me a break, bro. You know. If you have a bad day and you do something that is permabanned worthy, you should get permabanned. It's that fucking simple. Yeah, it used to be super easy to get a partnership with YouTube back in the day. Now they tighten it up a little bit. Because there's just so many fucking content creators that barely get any views. Because you have to remember this, every time YouTube pay you money, it costs them money to give you money, basically. And if you're making pennies and stuff like that, that's why there is like you have to earn, I think it's like $100 as a minimum before they pay you out. And that is because it costs them money to give you money, basically. So anything under $100 is probably not financially beneficial for them in the long run. Yeah, I think that at one point it was like $50 or something like that they could pay you out with, and then they raised it to $100. And that is more likely because they were losing a shit ton of money giving, $50, $60, $70 to a shit ton of content creators. I think it was like you could get, before they had like the YouTube partnership, you could get in with like Cursed or not Machinima, but one of those like Full Screen. No, Full Screen was also one of the big ones. Like the smaller partnership managers, and you just need to have like 500 subscribers and 1,000 views or something stupid like that. We are already as dystopia, yeah. If you talk shit online, it depends on how kind of shit talking you're doing could give you a permaban. It's not the same as being an idiot as a kid and busting your neighbor's window with a ball. But if you are being an idiot as a kid and you're stabbing your friend even if they don't die, yeah, you should get punished accordingly. What we are going into now is justifying bad behavior. You are trying to justify bad behavior. Oh, we're just horsing around, it's not that big of a deal. Well, if that thing that you are, in quote, horsing around with, oh, I just slapped her on the butt, judge. I didn't meant for my fingers to slip in her butthole. If you're shit talking, and that shit talking is against TOS, or the words that you're using, you choose your words carefully then. It's that simple. If you're joking around and you're hitting the neighbor's kid in the face, you may never play with that neighbor kid again. Even if it was just because we were just horsing around. The speech is bad behavior. It's the intent that you have with that bad speech. There are people that they are not here because of words. You know. And the thing is with online words, they can have a more impact meaning than non-online words because you cannot see the intent. You cannot see the body language, you cannot see this facial expression. But if you're using the words that are commonly acknowledged to be okay, then you don't have a problem. But if you're going into where you go borderline hate speech and stuff like that, then you have a problem. Because you could not say that in real life either. Because most of the things that get you permabanned online, and I say most of them, are things you can't even say in real life without getting in trouble. So just don't think that, oh, I can't say this in real life, but I should be able to say it online. Most of the things you say online, you can't even say in real life. A lot of times. And then it's also a matter of the channel owner, or the forum owner, or whoever the fuck owns the place. If you come into my apartment and you say something I don't like, it's in all my right to kick you out forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. You don't have the right to be here. This is not a public place. This is not owned by the government. For all intents and purposes, you right now are in a private institute where I have rented a room, and I'm allowing you to be part of this conversation in that room. I can ban you just for having a weird ass fucking name. And it's in my right. You have no entitlement to anything. It's not so much YouTube is a private company. It's you are in my room right now. There are things you can't do because YouTube don't want you to do them. But I can be more strict than YouTube, and you just have to take it, man. Because right now, you, for a lack of a better word, are in my apartment. We are having a beer or coffee or whatever together, talking about whatever in my apartment. That's how you should look at it. Or if you go on to Ubuntu's forum, you are in Ubuntu's meeting room having a coffee with other people or a soda talking about Ubuntu. So whatever Ubuntu wants is whatever Ubuntu gets. You are their guest, yeah. But here's the thing. Almost everywhere we go online, we are a guest. In some way, shape, or form. You visit a website, you are a guest there. I am a guest on this website right now. If they don't like me doing this on a live stream, they can permaban my IP address, and I can't do anything about it. It's their website, it's their data. I can bitch and moan about it, but it's their fucking place, it's their site. Just because it's on the internet don't automatically mean you have any rights to it. It's that simple. A lot of people think they should get away with so much shit just because they're on the internet. Because they don't see the internet as being a real thing. It is. That's why terminally online people have a problem. Because it's so real that it's their life. And it is a real thing, but it should not replace the real life. The physical real life. This is like a mentally real life. Like we are in a real place mentally right now, online. Funny enough, the people that give YouTube the most problem are the viewers and not the creators, because it's never in the creator's best interest to have a problem with YouTube. The only place where the creators is the biggest problem is Twitch. Funny enough. But that's because Twitch allow it. It's never in any content creators on any platform's best interest to have a problem or have the platform have a problem with you. Because it will lose your views, discoverability, money. It's just, no matter how you end and shape and weigh it, it's never in a content creator's best interest to have a problem. AKA, therefore, most of them will do their best to follow the rules of the land. People that don't have any incentive to follow the rules of the land is the viewers. I ban you, you make another account. I ban that one, you make another account. I ban that one, I make another account. I ban that one, you make another account. I then go to YouTube and tell you made 5, 6, 7 accounts, and they will then permaban you. But I have to do all that fucking bullshit first. We are going into the same territories or mindset as we did with the pirating girl. You are not suited to be a moderator at command. You need to mature a lot for that to happen. But yeah, the fuck was I on about? I'm getting tired now. Oh yeah, the mentality of the try and think about this. What kind of people are the kind of people that makes justification, excuses for bad behavior online? Well, it's people that do those things that makes bad behavior online. So when I see someone trying to say, oh, well, they should not get punished that much, or a lot of people get unfairly punished, and so on and so on, I start to be like, why are you trying to justify? Why are you trying to explain bad behavior? Probably because you're one of those people that are doing bad behavior. Because if you didn't do bad behavior, you didn't have to justify, clarify, etc., etc., etc. Make sense? So it's something to think about. People that do a lot of pirating, yeah, but pirating is okay if you do it like this and that, and we're not really stealing, or I don't see piracy as really stealing, and it's like, are you perhaps pirating a lot? Maybe a little bit here and there. Speeding is not that bad if there's no other people on the road and you have not drink a lot or at all. Are you perhaps speeding a lot? Oh yeah, I am. You always get like, when people try to do stuff like that, you get like an icky feeling that, are you trying to basically preemptively cover your own ass if you one day drive too fast, or one day, pirate a video, or one day is an asshole? Because that's the only reason why people do those kind of things. Unless you are having a debate about why, what is the right punishment for something, or should should there be something as a moderated team or banned team at all, and X, Y, and Z. Which remind me, I kind of want to try and go into politics debate at one point just for the fun of it. Because Linux users are a lot of political. So I think politics would actually work on this channel. Because there's a lot of crazy shit going on in the world right now. And it's super popular. So it could be fun because it's this kind of the same, you know. Yeah, I've used Telegram. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of videos about the Free Software Foundation. A lot of videos about the Free Software Foundation. And I've even showcased that if you look at their propaganda site, it's almost like taken out of Nazi Germany. I'm not even joking. A lot of the way that they use pictures and the words they use, if you just change some of the words to something that would align with back then, it's almost like eerily fucking similar. Telegram is still used quite a lot. WhatsApp and Telegram is somewhat popular in trading, like for trades and stuff like that. Multinational trading companies, when I mean trading, like consumer products, as a way of getting support. So if you're a small company and you want to give support to people in other countries, it's just cheaper to give them a Telegram link or something like that, or WhatsApp link that they can associate with to get support or help, than it is to call like an international number and whatnot. Now, Telegram is really popular. I think Telegram is owned by Facebook, right? I think Facebook got Telegram when Signal became really popular. Yeah, Meta is Facebook, so Meta, yeah. Oh, they also own WhatsApp? Well, Meta is Facebook. They rebranded themselves to Meta. I'm sure I can't fuck. I'm almost sure Telegram got owned by someone or got bought up by someone. I'm almost sure of it. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I really like this song. Yeah, but there's so many fucking weird ass. Yeah, it's Friday, so it's go. I need to deliver something to someone. Yeah, I've also heard that Telegram was in trouble. Yeah. Yay, weekend. At least for you, anyway. Yeah, we know what FSB is. 5K is a good walk. It's a good, nice walk. Wait, what? Why is macOS not represented? Linux is not even... What? What? 1.4%? Holy shit. Mobile, desktop, tablet market share. Look at mobile versus tablet. Or desktop. Holy shit. So this is why Windows is declining. People are moving over to mobiles. Holy Jesus. No, it's not hot in Denmark. It's like 18 to 20 degrees. Let's see what AI chatbots are there. So ChatGPT... I have no idea who Parallaxy is. Oh yeah, mobile is out. At one point, we are not going to have any desktops anymore, other than for professional use. Let's look at social media. Facebook is still king. Reddit is like the Linux. Interest is kind of high though. I should stream on Facebook. Yeah, mobile gaming is taking over the world, man. Yeah, Gemini is okay, I like that also. Oh, social media, we already looked at that one. Browser market, that's the one I want to see. Chrome. Edge is actually not that bad. Safari is more than I thought. Samsung Dex is discontinued. They stopped developing it last year, I think it was. Either this year or last year. They're discontinuing Dex anyway. I can't remember. Apple is still the most sold mobile phone, apparently. Worldwide. Yeah, you can still use it, but they have stopped updating it and bettering it. Either at some point this year or it was last year. I can't remember. Because Samsung used to be more popular than Apple, but that's not anymore. Oh, we can also do tablets. Oh, Apple is even more there. Ooh. Let's look at screen resolution. 1080p is still king, baby. Let's do desktop. 1440p, is that low? Oh, this is some smooth jazz. I think we've gone through them all now. Oh, we need the search engine. I think we don't. Holy shit. Yeah. Anyway, I better get to bed because I need to get to work tomorrow. So, see you all later. Have a good time. Enjoy the weekend when you